Everyone, good morning to the Australian businesses in Europe. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth for the inquiry into the understanding and utilisation of benefits available under free trade agreements. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 7th of September 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I remind all present that as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. I now welcome individuals and witnesses from the Australian business in Europe to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please just state your name and just the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Dr. Sabina Petrov. I am the co-chair of the German-Australian Business Council, which is part of Australian Business in Europe.
Thank you. Next.
My name is my name is Dr. Robert Harrison. I'm the other co-chair of the German-Australian Business Council, and as Dr. Petrov has said, also part of Australian Business in Europe.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Richard Basil-Jones. I'm the CEO of the Australia-UK Chamber of Commerce, based in London.
Thank you. And is that
Theotime Penon. Can you hear me? Yep. Theotime Penon. I'm a board member of the Australian France Business Association, part of Australian Business in Europe network.
Excellent. And I think we've got one more to go.
Dick Porter, I chair the Australian business in the UK. Richard's the CEO, and we're part of the ABI network, of course, and have been very involved in the UK-Australia agreement and long-term sort of engaged in the European agreement. Thank you. Thank you. And that brings me to a formal part of the reading that I have to read out. This hearing is a legal proceedings of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a short opening statement of no more than a few minutes, and then we'll proceed to a Q&A and a discussion. Let me just quickly introduce my colleagues who are here, Mr. David Gillespie and Mr. Jerome Laxley, and we also have the Deputy Chair, Scott Bushholtz, who'll be joining us very soon. On that note, I invite you to make a very short opening statement, and then we'll proceed to a conversation and a discussion and a bit of a Q&A. Over to you. Thank you.
On behalf of the Australian Business in Europe network, we would like to thank the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth for this opportunity to present our views on the understanding and utilisation of benefits under free trade agreements. We also appreciate you starting a little earlier this morning for our benefit. The Australian Business in Europe network, or ABI as abbreviated, is an umbrella organisation that represents the multiple Australian business organisations across Europe with an interest in commercial and business relationships between Australia and Europe. We have a shared objective of growing and strengthening trade, investment, business and diplomatic ties between the two regions. Europe in this context includes, of course, the United Kingdom. There are currently 18 organisations participating in ABI across Europe and Australia. The ABI organisations largely work on a volunteer basis. We donate our time and work together with limited resources. Our memberships are broad-based, with companies and individuals having close connections with Australia and their respective home countries. Collectively, our remit is very much one of encouraging international trade and deeper relations between business communities of Europe and Australia. The current status of trade and investment between Europe and Australia is already robust. The EU was Australia's second largest source of foreign investment in terms of total stocks in 2023 at $786.6 billion. Australia's investment in the EU in terms of total stocks amounted to $460.2 billion in 2023. Regarding trade, Australia ranked 15th amongst the EU's export destinations and 34th as import sources. Investment into Australia from the United Kingdom amounted to $879 billion, and Australian investment into the UK amounted to $730 billion, each in 2023 and referring to stocks. Exports to the UK from Australia amounted to 13.4 billion and imports from the UK amounted to 13.8 billion in 2023. This points to the importance of trade between Europe and Australia and the opportunity for significant growth through future trade agreements or, as is the case with the UK, building upon existing ones. According to an EU impact assessment, trade in goods and services between the EU and Australia could further effectively increase by approximately 1/3. The EBI network strongly supports an EU-Australia free trade agreement and encourages both sides to look beyond agriculture only. As evidenced by the existing Australia free trade agreement, there's a myriad of benefits beyond tariffs, such as in areas of labour mobility, innovation, research and development, financial and professional services, data and cyber security, and sustainability, to name just a few. Achieving a free trade agreement is a great first step. However, the effective communication of the benefits is critical to its success. Chambers and bilateral business organisations participating in the EBI network are in a unique position to act as multipliers of this communication. It is our primary role to liaise with federal and state trade and investment bodies and network with European and Australian businesses and individuals. With our connection and leverage, we are very well positioned to facilitate the utilisation of free trade agreements. The EBI network could be a great partner to further the utilisation of free trade agreements, as already evidenced by the Australia-UK Chamber of Commerce, who have run a series of events on the Australia-UK free trade agreement. Given some minimal funding, the EBI network could become incredible facilitators and promoters across the European business community. We strongly advocate for a free trade agreement between the European Union and Australia, especially in light of the challenges posed by current geopolitical tensions. We believe such agreement between like-minded partners would be of benefit to both sides. We at ABI are here today because we are committed to advancing business relations between Europe and Australia and will continue to assist in the leveraging of the current UK and hopefully future EU free trade agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to add anything? But just with the utmost respect as well, we've only got, I think, 35 minutes. But you're quite welcome to, if you want to make a very quick statement, if anyone does. No.
This was meant to be a joint statement.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for appearing before us today. We really appreciate it, and I suspect at a very late hour in your home bases. So really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I might kick off with a couple of questions. My first question is, do you have any engagement with the diaspora here in Australia? One of the things that we're looking at is engagement with businesses that are already doing business in exports, imports, etc. overseas. And we know that there's been very, even without a free trade agreement in the EU, there is some very successful businesses in Australia that have done it all on their own, usually migrants that have moved to Australia many years ago, have built up connections with their home countries or their motherland, and are now very successful export businesses. I'll give you an example of two. San Remo's in my own home state that's exporting pasta to Italy, and another one is Omega Foods that actually exported olives and olive oil to Greece this year. Incredible achievements. And I was just wondering the engagement that you have with migrant communities that have these contacts, that are already doing businesses and are already exporting without actually perhaps fitting into Austrade and other places because of the enormous contacts and very good contacts that they have with those nations. I was just wondering if you feed into them or if you get feedback from these companies or people that perhaps are already there doing this.
Can I suggest that Mr. Basil Jones responds first and then maybe Mr. Pinon afterwards?
Thank you.
Yeah, look, a great question. And my comment would be the commercial realities of how those companies approach the export opportunities are the determinant of what they do. And I say that because a lot of the examples you've just used have incredible connections and contacts in, if you, to use your term, the motherland. Yeah. And we would sort of support what they did and the avenues they took. Having said that, not all companies are in the same position with those incredibly good contacts or connections. And as a result, they reach out to the Austrades of this world, the state trade and investment groups, and the chambers of commerce and the comparable organisations across ABI for that support and that connection into the networks. So we see both is the simple answer. We see companies doing it themselves, which is fantastic. But we also see the majority of companies coming to the ABI network or the government trade and investment bodies for that support and guidance to actually make a difference as they export into new markets.
Thank you. My other question is, would you like to tell us a little bit about your membership and who they are and how they, what benefit? And I know that Ms. Petrov told us a little bit about the organisation, but I'd like to hear more about how they're assisted or how they connect to what they're doing in Europe where you are and other places.
Dr. Petrov, can I just lead on from where we are, just from a UK example?
Yes, of course, and then maybe from France.
Yep.
Terrific. Look, it's a great question. The Australian UK Chamber of Commerce is a member organisation based in London. It's a members organisation, a not-for-profit and not government, a non-government organisation. We have about 150 different companies who have interests in both Australia and the UK. They don't have to be Australian companies, but they have a trade and investment and a vested commercial interest in both countries. And the role of the Chamber is to support those businesses in their trade and investment activities. The companies are typically Australian, I might add. They go from the high end of the Telstra's, Qantas, BHP, Rio Tinto, the major companies that you would probably recognise from Australia, the banks, NAB, ANZ, Westpac, Macquarie. And then we go right down to the individuals and startups. But in between, we have the universities as well. We have Melbourne, Monash, RMIT, Sydney University, New South Wales, a lot of the professional legal companies. So we have this incredible diversity of companies in their size, but also the sectors in which they represent, which makes for an incredibly rich Chamber of Commerce. And as a result, we're across all sectors and therefore able and in a position to support all sectors of the community, business community.
Thank you.
I think building on,
Yes.
Building on what Mr. Basil-Jones has said, so we are, of course, community-based and driven by that. And to feedback on your previous question, we're very much fed by the diaspora. We have a lot of Australians here in France that have started businesses or that have imported a branch of their business over. We have, of course, the traditional major Australian firms that want to do business in Europe and use Paris or Berlin as a base, or any other base that want to be members. We have French companies that have a presence, or French companies willing or desiring to build a presence. We were in an event last week at a Zeppelin factory with the different heads of ABI, of the ABI network, and they're a French company sponsored by very traditional major French brands and European brands like Airbus. They want to settle in Australia. They were looking for a place. They came to us to get in contact with a different state agency, to get in contact with Austrade, to see where they could fit in Australia. So we have a lot of that, and it's based a lot on Australians living in Europe and on also French people that have, in our case, French people that have had an amazing time in Australia, have had to come back, want to keep a link, want to expand their businesses going forward into Australia. what we have, what we might call the heart Australians, people that just wish Australia well, and so they'll join the chamber as a way to keep linking up. And it might be very, very small things like starting off a wine import business, an individual person wine import business, and we have Australian art galleries in Paris, which are French-run, French-based, but represent Australian artists, notably a lot of traditional artists who might be members as well. So it's a very, very varied and wide group.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Most of the organisations are set up in a similar way. There would be variations according to the size and nature of the country, but broadly they are set up in very similar ways in terms of the competition.
Thank you. Before I go to the next committee member to ask a question, can I just introduce Senator Polly, who's joined us, Senator Polly from Tasmania, and the Deputy Chair who's just joined us, Scott Bushholtz from Queensland. Dr Gillespie.
Yes. I understand people think that doing business in Europe is a bit complicated. Is that really how it turns out for those of you that have set up or tried to set up in Europe? That's open to anyone.
Yes. So complicated, yes. I mean, the language barrier does actually challenge a little bit people setting up, obviously, in business in Europe. Just give an example of the quantum-based company Quantum Brilliance, which some of you may be aware of, came out of the ANU in Canberra, who set up in Stuttgart. And they certainly had a little bit of a challenge actually understanding the legal scene, setting up, but there are a number of companies that will actually support them these days. Once they get here, I think people have generally found that it is quite easy to do business. All European countries are obviously free market countries. There may be one or two regulations more than they might be expected in Australia. I think the data privacy regulations have been a surprise to some of the Australian companies that have set up in Europe. But generally, I would say that those companies, those Australian companies that have actually come to Europe, have found it quite easy to do business once they've been able to overcome that initial language barrier, once they've been able to engage local employees. I just want to actually emphasise something that Tim Pinon actually mentioned, which is because of the working holiday visa scheme, we now have an amazing number of Germans, amazing number of French graduates who have experienced time in Australia, who are incredibly engaged and really willing to help Australian companies come into their home countries, such as France, such as Germany.
Mr. Porter?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I built a business right across Europe. I've been for many years in most of the countries, and one of the things I find, which both for people going to Australia, think Australia is one city, and who come to Europe tend to see it as one place. And actually the important thing is commitment. And I think, and people who come, Australians who come up like myself and engage right across, understand the complexity is that in the same way as Brisbane is profoundly different from Canberra, it's profoundly different from Adelaide, each of the cities is profoundly different. It's not just language, it's also the engagement. So I think the real commitment of time and putting yourself down on the ground and getting that. But once you're there, it's amazing. I mean, it really is. The opportunities, it is huge. Australia is perceived to be very, very positively, particularly in environmental and other terms around it. I mean, even, things like wine, I mean, it just amazes me. I go to a lot of European countries and look on the shelves and see all this Australian wine and so on. So I think the key thing is to commit and understand. The sophistication also is the same as Brisbane is not Adelaide. The same is that, in the UK, I like saying that, the first thing you should do isn't sit in London, but go up to Liverpool or Manchester and understand the huge opportunities and how different those things are. So I think it's the commitment on the ground, and that's one of the advantages the Chambers of Commerce offer government. I mean, we've found that Austrade and the federal and state governments are fantastic, but one of the people are here for 3 to 4 years. So one of the things is to help them understand the sophistication of the markets, the same as you would have to in Australia to really succeed across Australia.
Okay.
Just as a tiny answer to your question, because it's a thing we've heard often, that it's a difficult market to get into. I think it's a tremendous market and a tremendous opportunity, but of course export is a difficult endeavour, and setting up abroad is difficult. And I think a lot of where that reputation comes from, or at least as much as we've seen in our chamber, is often Europe is the first time an Australian company will set up abroad. It's the first test market that they will be encountering. So, of course, it seems like a very daunting task, because setting up abroad is a difficult task at best, and in best times. But I think that's where a lot of that reputation is coming from, because we have a lot of quite small Australian companies giving a go at exports and setting up abroad in Europe. I think because of the economic environment is similar, the rule of law is very similar, so it's often a market that gets first entrance. It's a feedback we've had from a number of our very small Australian company members that are setting up. But when we compare that to feedback that we've had recently, say the NAB, National Australia Bank, has just set up its Europe office in Paris. They've found it to be extremely easy, because they were a large company used to setting up abroad, and they found that the context was very easy. People had been very welcoming, and the chambers in general had been a great help to setting up and to meeting clients and things like that.
Okay, thanks very much.
And if I could add,
Thank you.
just one very quick comment. It's a very good question, and that I think, in fairness, Austrade and the trade and investment states, as well as the chamber, offer as much help as they can to allow companies to come into a market. And I'll give you an example. In January, in 2 months' time, we'll be running seminars on setting up in the UK, and we'll be bringing experts in, not only Austrade and the Deputy High Commissioner to talk about the market, but also using our companies here in the UK to let people know about mobility provisions, tax provisions, banking provisions, location, where they can set up. And so our role, as well as the states, Trade and Investment and Austrade, is to support those companies with information and education through webinars.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll now go to Mr. Laxley.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to your submission, in the report we've got here, it says that the benefits of free trade agreements are usually well understood by larger corporate members, but much less by smaller members. In your experience, can you please sort of explain that, please? Like, why is it that you think that large members have a bit more of an understanding?
That would be for Mr. Basil-Jones, I think.
Yes, look, if I can respond to that. Certainly in the lead up to the Australia-UK Free Trade Agreement, we had a number of, if you like, strong, large corporates form committees and help, if you like, contribute into some of the formulation of the provisions themselves. And Dr. Porter was involved in that process. It was before my time, but we had large corporates, large brand names involved in that process. They weren't the scale-ups or the SMEs involved in that process. Certainly when it came to the time of the Australian-UK Free Trade Agreement coming into play, I guess my comment that I made to the Deputy High Commissioner, who was the Chief Negotiator, Elizabeth Bowes, PSM, my comment to her was that, look, this is an incredible free trade agreement, but I may represent the silent majority, is that there's so much in there that we just don't understand what it is. And so that comment, I think, was a fair comment. And when we looked at our mid-sized companies and the small companies, everyone knew about the tariff removal, but I think the areas of all the other provisions, from mobility to recognition of qualifications, to to First Nations, to access to pitching for government contracts, e-commerce, etc., it was unknown. And I think, to be honest with you, the small and mid-sized companies were not familiar with any of those provisions. The things that they were familiar with was tariff removal. And I think that was really fundamental from media and press coverage of what the free trade agreement was about from, if you like, a public sense.
I was just about to ask if it was a media that was the reason for that awareness. I think you've done it there. You mentioned you had webinars that you hold or that Austrade hold with you. What was the evidence you just gave before?
Look, we embarked. We worked with the Australian High Commission and Austrade, and our joint commitment was to make sure that people in the community in the United Kingdom understood what this free trade agreement was about. Because I think, exactly as you said, we understood the high level at a media exposure was around tariffs, but there was so much more to that Australia-UK provisions. And so we set about setting up a number of events, in-person events and webinars, informing and communicating, and more importantly, telling people how to take advantage of that free trade agreement. And, you know, we found this was incredibly important, and our role was to get to companies and organisations like the Ernst & Youngs of this world, or the Chartered Accountants of Australia and New Zealand, the organisations that, if you like, were going to talk to their clients and their stakeholders. And so, if you like, we outreach to the multipliers that could actually communicate and spread the gospel and be cheerleaders for the free trade agreement.
Do you think there's enough emphasis from... Oh, sorry, I had Mr. Porter. You had your hand up there.
It's only very brief, really. I mean, one of the key... Sorry, I've been chairing the business community in London and been involved in ABI for about the last 15 years. So I went right through that and changed the trading name to the Chamber of Commerce in the UK. And we set up a trade policy group and advised both governments on what was required by business. So we had a big trade policy group, including things like Meat and Livestock Australia, Rolls-Royce, British Aerospace, so defence, the whole thing, and constantly involved in working to them about what the pre-opportunities were for the trade agreement, and really advised government, because governments didn't have their feet on the, you know, that's not a criticism, it's sophistication of the marketplace we're in. So I think that was very, very important, having those boots on the ground. And as Richard did say, the SMEs just don't have the time or capacity to be involved at that level. I mean, we have a full-time team in the Chamber who work non-stop on those sorts of issues and advising both governments. In fact, both the Australia and UK negotiators were getting constant feedback and asking constant questions to shape the free trade agreement. And I think that engagement is true. But I think on the ground we're trying to make sure we also represent the needs of the SMEs, but internally they don't have the capacity to follow the detail, to repeat Richard's point.
And it's often those SMEs that have, from that diaspora background and have that knowledge that seem to be missing out. Yeah, I come from a small business background as well, and I find it concerning that, you know, we have obviously really good engagement from large corporates with establishing these free trade agreements, and as you've given evidence, as have others, there's not too much from small to medium business, and sometimes what's good for large business is not good for small to medium business. So what do you think Austrade or the government or others should do to raise awareness? And I think we've, you know, not only on the negotiation side of things, as we move towards hopefully an EU FTA, but also once the free trade agreement's in place, how should Austrade engage small and medium businesses more effectively?
I might just take that.
Yeah.
I think Austrade will need more funding to do that, to be fully honest with you, because at the moment, at least over here, we're not seeing them in a position to take on any more than they do at the moment. In general, I think it would be great if there could be a lot of information outreach. So there could be seminars, there could be in-person events, there could be newsletters distributed, for instance. But all of that does need a little bit of funding, and it might not have to be a lot, but it does need the money to back this up. My view is that it's not a matter of Australia or the states not doing what they should be doing. I think, in fact, they do, and we've seen a lot more engagement from the states over here, with all the states except for Tasmania now having set up in continental Europe. They're doing what they can, but there is limited. They have limited resources, both in terms of staff, also in terms of funding.
And continuity. I mean, a key point I come back to is continuity, that the sophistication of the market they're in and changing roles every 2 to 3 years, it is complicated. I mean, actually, if there were longer periods of engagement, that would be very helpful, because the real skill set, if you flip it, I love to, but I mean, I'm sitting in Perth at the moment, by the way. I'm down here for a few weeks, and they're having my home here. And I've got a home in Denmark because my wife's Danish, and then the UK, and you move around. And it's amazing, because it is the same as when I come to Australia. It changes each time I come home, every 3 to 4 months, the same as Europe. So continuity is key. And people who come in to too short a term, if they come in for 3 to 4 years, it's just not long enough. We need longer periods of time to be engaged, and then pass that on internally. And I mean that, and that's a funding question.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes, just one point, and there's of course, we are the Australian business in Europe. Of course, there are European chambers based actually in Australia, and I'm sure that I hope that you've been able to contact them as well, because one of the things that we do quite a lot of work is with the German Chamber of Commerce based out of Sydney and Melbourne, and they are incredibly engaged also in working within Australia, particularly within the business communities, the smaller business communities within Australia, to encourage them to come to Europe, to be able to set up in Europe. And they also, sorry, I'm getting very bad feedback here. Sorry, the Chamber of Commerce in Germany also regularly organise West sessions together with their counterparts in Sydney on encouraging local businesses to set up in Australia. So again, that is one of these multipliers. I think it was Richard Basil-Jones who actually talked about getting into EY and the various other consultancy organisations to do it. But I'd like to just bring up the point again, which Dr. Pitroff and Mr. Porter have mentioned, which is a continuity with the mission of Austrade, because there have been over the years some variations in Austrade's role. Is it to aid Australian companies to export outside of Australia, or is it to aid foreign direct investment? And I think that's an area that needs to be clarified, needs to be given a long-term commitment from the governments in Australia.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Polly, and then I'll go to the Deputy Chair directly after. Be right. Senator Polly.
Thanks, Chair. Being on the other end, a lot of the questions have already been asked and answered, but I just really wanted to try and summarise what you think are the priorities in terms of this committee's work, in terms of recommendations, because I think all the comments in relation to large businesses, they've got the personnel. People do still change jobs there, but they've got the capacity to invest the time and commitment, because from my little knowledge of being in Europe is that it's not just understanding the law and the taxes, it's about understanding the culture and the customs as well. So what are the key takeaways from us? And we got funding, because obviously Austrade can't really do, I don't think, doesn't have the capacity really to do any more than what it does. But are there other things besides funding? I mean, are we actually addressing all the key issues about making sure that whether you're a small, medium or a large company, that we're giving people the opportunity to maximise the benefits out of the free trade agreement? Anyone can go first.
Richard, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm not sure how that happened, but if I can take that, I mean, because it's a great question. The Deputy High Commissioner, Elizabeth Bowes, when she addressed a lot of our events, when we talked to our business community, she made the comment that we've initiated and we now have entry into force of an Australia-UK free-to-trade agreement, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect, and we know we haven't got it perfect. And so what we need from the business community through the chamber is feedback. What's good? Where can we improve? What did we miss? And so I think that question is a really interesting one, because I think the role that the chambers have to play, and the ABI network per se, is to not only inform and communicate, but also provide a really important feedback loop. And I'll give you an example of how we've done that. We had two people from Canberra 2 weeks ago who were involved in the mobility provisions, and we brought 12 of our members, and I can tell you that they were from the mid-size, as well as a couple from the very large size, but across all sizes of our company, around a table to talk about what the mobility provisions were like, what their feedback was, where the misses were, where some of the improvements could be. And I think, to your point, where is it? I think we have an ongoing role to play. It's informing, but also providing a feedback. And I think the ABI network is really well placed to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I then just, because I am a senator representing the great state of Tasmania, and as usual, we don't have, we're not represented, and I just wonder if you could quickly just outline the benefits that the states derive when they have representation through Europe, and particularly in England, but for Tasmanian companies, there's not a lot of big companies that are there. So for them to maximise, they tend to look at trade with those that are nearer to us. So can you just quickly outline the benefits for me, please?
Can I just briefly, maybe again, I come back to my favourite point to think that, the advantage of having states there, Canberra, with due respect, can't maybe follow through on some of the state opportunities, because Australia is such a vast area and the opportunities vary so much from area, as you know. I mean, Tasmania has some fantastic opportunities, I think, but they're not displayed necessarily, because Canberra has to display them quite a wide range of what's there. So the states really make it very clear about where the opportunities lie. They can really get into it, and that's what we're finding is when they establish themselves across open offices, for example, in, like Western Australia's just opened in Germany, for example, it's quite interesting. Immediately you're seeing an uplift of awareness about what the opportunities in Western Australia are, and the other states who are present, as soon as they open there, they spread that knowledge immediately. And it's simply that, the sophistication of Australia is much more than being one country. It's right down to local communities in the local area. So I think that's the beauty of the presence. And I think that's the same too in Europe. And, when you want to know in each of the European countries what the opportunity, it amazes me. I mean, in my home in Denmark, when we find Australian beef and serve it to people, they're absolutely blown away. But they hadn't realised that Australia produced red meat in the regions in Denmark. They'd never heard of it. Even though Australia buys 90,000 tonnes of pork from Denmark every year, we're limited to 600 tonnes of red meat. But when they taste it, all they want is more. So those opportunities, I think, come quite quickly, and that's why I think the state's presence is we spread the message about the sophistication of Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polley.
So, sorry, just to add on and to add an example to what Mr. Potter just said about the importance of state representation. We've just seen Victoria open quite a big seat in Paris. They're now a team of 6 people, I believe, full-time, and they've become just incredibly visible. And it's true that now when French companies are looking at Australia, Austrade is present, of course, in Paris, but has a limited availability. The teams representing Victoria are extremely present, extremely active, and so we've seen since they've opened that whenever there's a new French investment, a new French factory, the first state they talk to is Victoria. It's been extremely effective, and we really see it on the ground. And also they can be here longer than So going back into that continuity, they can be more market experts about French companies and go and talk to them, be more proactive because they have the resources to do so. And we've seen that with other states. Queensland in trade and investment is very active and comes from London very often, but it's not the same when you have boots on the ground.
Good investment.
Thank you very much. Dr. Petrov.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, we are seeing that the states, to a certain extent, are taking on some of the roles that Australia used to play in the past. I mean, I've been involved in the German-Australian business community for probably 20 years or so, and I've seen a lot of changes, but very recently, as Mr. Pinon has said, the states, with a presence in Europe, they've taken on some of Australia's roles, but also for them. I attended a Global Victoria function yesterday. There was, in the connection of a trade fair of Form Next here in Frankfurt, there was a delegation of, I think, around about 15 Victorian companies engaging with businesses over here, wanting to set up, wanting advice how to set up, what to do, how to engage with the community over here. And it's just very important to understand, as somebody has mentioned before, Adelaide isn't the same as Brisbane, very similar in Europe, of course. So France isn't Germany, isn't Spain, isn't the UK. And just to have an ear on the ground is incredibly beneficial for those individual states. And I must say what we're seeing over here, they've all done great. Queensland was really up there. They were one of the first to set up individually, and hence recruited a lot of good employees from Qantas, actually, from Australian companies, but also from Austrade. So Victoria has been mentioned, South Australia and Western Australia came in late, but are coming in strong. New South Wales is coming back again as well. So it is beneficial. Obviously, we understand that Tasmania is a smaller state and may not have the same resources. But obviously, if we can help Tasmania, please approach us and we will gladly do so as the Abbey Network.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our session. Can I just thank you once again for staying up so late to speak to us? Really appreciate it. We'll, if we require any other information, we'll get in touch with you. And of course, if there's something that you wanted to bring up today that you haven't had the opportunity to do so, please feel free to contact us and send through any information that you wish. And as I said, thank you for appearing at such a late hour over in Europe. If you've been asked to provide any further information, I don't think there was any, but if there was, if you could send it through by the 20th of December. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of all the evidence that you gave today, and you'll also have an opportunity to request any corrections if you feel something was not quite right in the transcripts. But once again, thank you, appreciate it, and thanks for all the good work you're doing overseas to promote Australian businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Canberra.
Thank you.
On that note, I now welcome the National Farmers Federation. Thanks, Mr. Young. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
No problem. Christopher Young, I'm the General Manager of Economics and Trade at the National Farmers Federation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you, Mr. Young, to make a short opening statement and then we'll proceed to a discussion and a bit of a Q&A. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Committee. On behalf of the National Farmers Federation, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. As mentioned just then, I'm Christopher Young. I'm the NFF's General Manager of Economics and Trade. The NFF is the peak body representing farmers and agriculture across Australia. The success of agriculture in Australia is intrinsically linked to international trade. In 22-23, ag exports reached $80 billion, with more than 70% of total produce exported, with 80% of that exported to countries that are covered by FTAs. I think in seeking to best communicate the benefits of this to the community, it's probably worth just taking a moment to look back. Both the macro and microeconomic reforms of the 80s were implemented in no small part on the understanding that Australian producers would be able to capture opportunities in international markets. The removal of price supports, collective purchase and marketing arrangements was painful for many, but was predicated on the absolutely correct notion that a deregulated sector with exposure to international markets would lift our competitiveness, and it has. It's against this backdrop that Australia's FTAs form an incredibly important element of the sector's success today. As previous witnesses have outlined to you all, progress in liberalising multilateral trade via the WTO has largely stalled. Hence, bi- and multilateral arrangements now afford the most immediate avenue to improve the trading environment for Australian goods and services, very much including agricultural products. Since 2000, we've signed 18 FTAs, majority of which being in East and Southeast Asia. This was led by our world-class negotiators with industry support. From a whole of sector perspective, this interwoven web of arrangements, it puts upward pressure on the farm gate prices received by our producers and improves their resilience to individual shocks in markets. And regarding our sector's understanding of the benefits of FTAs, it is undoubtedly very high. From producers on the ground who recognise that their spot and forward contract prices are so often underpinned by international market access, to industry bodies like the one I work for who dedicate time and resources to trade. Its importance is lost on very few. Nonetheless, there do exist challenges to their full utilisation. A number of my colleagues from our commodity members have presented to you that there are deal-specific issues, such as the erosion of first signatory advantages, non-tariff barriers and technical access issues. But more broadly, the global trading framework, which these FTAs exist within, is under pressure. The geopolitical, institutional and monetary stability which have served our sector very well, they're being challenged. And while I outlined that the understanding of the benefits of FTAs are high within our sector, it is imperative that we all, particularly against these global challenges, continue to promote their benefits to the broader community and fend off any creeping protectionist tendencies. To this end, this inquiry is incredibly timely. Our submissions provided you with a number of recommendations that we think will be useful, and I thank you again for inviting me today.
Thank you. I might kick off. In your submission, you note that the agriculture sector or agriculture industry has a high level of understanding of free trade agreements and the success of FTAs. Can you tell us about the impacts of these agricultural sector broadly and on farmers, and what does the agriculture industry have learned that they can do better, including government, that we could do better for that particular sector? And I know there's been benefits. You might want to outline some of the benefits which you did, but just for the record, it would be good to outline the benefits of the FTA, where we could do better, and the understanding of FTAs within the agriculture system, and perhaps within the Australian public as well. There's about three questions.
That's all right. I just want to make sure I've captured all three.
It'll kick off the discussions.
So the benefits
of the FTAs to the agriculture sector. What can be done better by the agriculture sector and governments to get more benefit out of FTAs, and there's a high level of understanding of FTAs within the agricultural sector, and what's your views on the public, the general public, and their understanding of FTAs and the benefit to the nation from FTAs?
Absolutely. So for the first one, I think we start with the very simple proposition that our sector produces a significantly more amount of product than the domestic market can take. That's, I think, the simple starting point of why international trade is so important, and then making sure that's on as favourable terms as possible through FTAs, be they bi- or multilateral arrangements. As I mentioned in my opening statement, producers understand, and particularly those in the red meat, in the grain sectors, in the dairy sector as well, they're aware that they are a producer in an international market, and they are acutely aware that the contract prices that they're being offered by their first intermediary in the supply chain is being dictated largely by its exposure to international markets. They are well aware of that, and they have been for a long time, as I outlined, and I don't need to go to it again, but there is a historical context to that, which is important. And similarly, that then is reflected by the architecture that the sector sets up to help enhance and protect those arrangements. We dedicate through our industry bodies, through our research and development corporations, a significant portion of industry spend on continuing to open up those markets. And as I said, I think it was 80% of trade is going to destinations covered by FTAs. That's a pretty compelling number, I think. So the benefits are clear. What can we do better? Well, I think we have a long history, the agricultural sector, of working very closely with government of all stripes on agricultural trade. As you would know, many of the preliminary rounds of the WTO negotiations centred on agricultural price supports around the world. It is as embedded a policy and advocacy issue in the NFF as any, really. It's we are the Secretariat, you will have heard of the CANS Group, the Intergovernmental Arrangements. We are the Secretariat of the CANS Group of Farm Leaders. We've done that now for about 35 years, which runs alongside and largely has the same message as that CANS Group around the importance of liberalising trade. So I think it's important to recognise, I think we've done pretty well. We're pretty engaged at the bureaucratic level, I think that's fair to say. At the NFF, we engage perhaps at a slightly higher level, but then we have colleagues from some of our commodity organisations who are working with DFAT officials on the more technical aspects of arrangements, on the specific quota arrangements. Of course, we could always do that better, but I think we do that well, and I think it needs to be said that I think governments of all stripes have done that very well and listened to us. And so in terms of then the community aspect, I don't have quantitative data in front of me, but qualitatively, anecdotally, I would think Australians are fairly well versed in the importance of international trade. I might be wrong, but I think they probably understand that from a production side. They recognise the importance of industries like ourselves, the commodity sectors, and similarly they're exposed to free trade agreement on the purchasing side, and that's probably where they've got their largest exposure. The general community is on the goods and services that they purchase, which are ultimately coming to us via trade arrangements. But again, I think we say in our submission that it's incumbent on all of us to be aware of how can we simplify that message. Sometimes, and you'll have heard this a lot, trade arrangements can be technical in nature, and we probably don't do ourselves any favours by repeating it in a technical nature. We can make sure that we communicate simply and clearly why trade is so very important for the country.
There's no doubt it's very important, and I suspect in regional communities the awareness of FTAs would be very high, and sometimes I feel personally when I'm talking to people in different areas outside of regional communities, even though there's an understanding of the benefit to the nation, I still feel that we need to educate people more on the benefits of free trade agreements. Those that aren't connected to regional areas where agriculture is massive, the exports of wheat, barley, a whole range of things takes place, and people see it, it's live, it's in front of you, whereas in the cities I think it's a bit lesser of that awareness, and especially with what's happening around the world at the moment. We want to ensure that people understand the benefits of free trade agreements and how every Australian benefits out of it. Thank you. I might just go to the Deputy Chair if he's got any questions.
More about just barriers to entry, on country. We've got agriculture's the largest part of my electorate's the largest contributor to GDP, okay. And I go back to them and say, well, we've got these free trade agreements, and they say they don't mean anything to us. They'll advertise it, they'll let product in there, but behind it there'll be barriers to there which just, and they won't get shifted. Do you reckon that our officials are aware of those
Those NTBs, those technical market access. I believe so, but I think you've hit the nail on the head. You know, look at some of our cane industry, our horticultural industry. You look at the headline quota rates, great, and then you look at the actual, 2 or 3 years later, the product we're actually landing in market. Sometimes we're not even getting near to that upper quota limit because of NTBs and technical market access. To answer your question, I believe they're aware, and certainly it's something that our network is aware of. And it's not a new issue for us to be talking about the issues of non-tariff barriers to execute a headline trade agreement. It's been an issue for as long as we've signed free trade agreements. But we should not take our foot off the pedal, I don't believe. We should continue to do it because that will erode trust in FTAs. I believe if people start to see we put all these resources into signing them and we're not seeing the benefits, is it not natural that people then might question, well, why are we putting all those resources? And we would all be worse off for that. So we
use them to our advantage as well with our bananas and for import product.
And that's something I'm always conscious of when we sit here and talk about them. Having read the transcripts of your hearings to date, a couple of our members, I think, have made that point. Australia has a range of photosanitary biosecurity arrangements, and perhaps that's the distinction that might be most useful going forward, is recognising that not just every single NTB we have in our marketplaces is something that we need to overcome, but what are those ones that go beyond? What are those ones that perhaps are more administrative, that don't benefit either side of the deal? If it's a lodging of particular applications through an outdated paper system that slows down that trade, surely both sides of the equation are better off addressing that, and there are a number of those.
But the glaring one, like in the cattle industry with the Bluetooth line. I mean, I don't think Australia's had an issue of Bluetooth or blue tongue, for 150 years. But yet it's a barrier to entry for us, and there's an imaginary line that runs down through Queensland into the southeast corner. And depending on what side of that line you've got cattle on, is whether or not you can trade.
Well, on the west you can, or on the right you can?
On the north you can.
Right.
Yeah.
And what is blue tongue?
It's supposedly some type of infectious that swells the back of the cattle's tongue up, and we just haven't had outbreaks. Sometimes it'll be caused in particular drought conditions when animals will eat
anything.
But
just get back to Mr. Young's response to that.
As you know, right at this moment, biosecurity, particularly for the cattle industry, with respect to trade, is a very pertinent issue. I won't pretend to give you an answer on the technicalities of the blue tongue line. Some colleagues from our cattle member are probably better off to do that. But I think, back to that point, is that we utilise, rightly so, biosecurity barriers for a number of inbound products. And perhaps it's the ones that sit out of that, those barriers that don't have a science or technical reasoning, that perhaps some advice could be to the government to really focus on those.
How many of our meatworks are still shut out of China at the moment?
I understand there is still two.
Two.
I believe,
we're close to getting them.
We made obviously the material progress in April, I believe, this year, with the announcement. I believe there are still a couple.
Thank you, mate.
Dr. Gillespie?
You mentioned horticulture and was it sugarcane? Because we've got them coming later.
Yeah.
That there's a lot of non-trade tariff barriers that get put up. Is it overt or covert that you like? Do you get a letter saying, "Oh, we can't do it for X, Y, Z," or is it sort of like just passive? Let it wither, let it wait. Have things caught on docks for weeks rather than a day, that sort of stuff.
Glad to hear you've got, I presume it might be the Cane Growers Association coming in on the sugar side. Sugar's a particularly challenging commodity in that it is viewed there's Warren right there. Warren will be able to fill in all these details to a much greater extent than I can. But sugar is a particularly sensitive product in a number of countries, particularly for their domestic industries. And so I know there has been a long history of challenges there that Warren and his members have sought to overcome. And so I will definitely leave it to him to fill you in on the particulars of how that materialises. And we see for Horder, I think looking at the DAF submission to this inquiry, they outlined a number of those more technical biosecurity type technical barriers that they get, which stops the product even though they've got the headline quota rate, and they work at that really granular level. Ag councillors on the ground to try and make sure that we're satisfying that import requirement or it won't get in off the dock.
Thanks. Any further questions on tomorrow? No. I might just very quickly, are you aware of examples of advantageous market access for Australian exports where it's declining or declined? And if so, why is that taking place compared to, I suppose, other countries over time?
Yes. Obviously, there's hundreds of different commodity and market lines, but I mentioned we see in some of the nations where we signed early relative to our competitors, a number of the East Asian deals we cut in the 2010s, we saw significant first mover advantage, and those market conditions are getting more challenging as those countries then sign deals. Some with South American counterparts, some with Southeast Asian counterparts, some with European counterparts. So our beef industry faces I think a tougher environment in some of those East Asian countries. That said, they're still getting pretty close to quota amounts most years. It's pretty healthy. The red meat job into the UK after that FTA, it's from memory, it's had some challenges where I think we saw an initial spike, particularly on the sheep meat side, and then a retraction. Granted, it's only been in force for 2 years now or 18 months. That said, my understanding there was that perhaps more a reflection of economic conditions in the UK than necessarily challenges within the FTA.
Thank you. The other question... Sorry.
Question
yes, certainly.
Yeah,
Senator Polly.
In relation to New Zealand, from your perspective, are they our greatest competitors for the Asian markets? Are they causing concern?
Depends on the commodity. Like we obviously produce, and particularly at scale, a much broader range of commodities. So our broadacre cropping industries, no. Dairy, absolutely. Absolutely. Dairy, absolutely.
Those things are quite a challenge for us, I would have thought, in those areas.
Yeah, particularly dairy, and I think you heard this in the evidence in that being their largest industry, it allows a focus of resources. So I know there's a never-ending fight between friends for market access, and particularly some of the UHT market into Southeast Asia for the dairy industry. Yeah, unsurprisingly, our sheep meat exports compete against New Zealand product. We do it at a significantly larger scale, which is advantageous. But New Zealand, they've got an aggressive approach to trade agreements. They, I think, announced within the same week a UAE deal, and then as we did, and I think 3 weeks later that they announced a GCC. It's an EU one, though, and happy to go. There's some significantly larger context to perhaps why they do and we don't on that front.
They have, over recent years, they've been dumping a lot of wine into our markets.
And there's the wine industry is in a really tough spot right now. The government has I think, carved out a clear policy package there for our South Australian and Victorian industries. So yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
Just going back to the New Zealand dairy industries going into Southeast Asia and other places, there's their enormous scale, which is, am I correct to say it's much larger than our dairy industry from what I've been reading? Yeah. So does that assist them in terms of exporting into higher populations in Southeast Asia, where you've got millions and millions of people compare. If a buyer or someone that wants to import it from one of these countries wants X amount bulk, is there examples, or and I could be totally wrong, where we can't compete on that scale?
Yeah, and I think in that industry they experience the same advantages we experience in a number of our commodities, in that it's, as you say, it's at scale from a high quality producer that is reliable, and I think that is the element, and this applies perfectly to our grain production, in that we can doing all three of those things is exceedingly attractive to. And I'm not talking about individual sort of niche market exporters here. I'm talking about bulk, commodities traded at absolute scale. It's absolutely advantageous.
Thanks. And that takes me to my other question, final question. I think it'll be the when you think of the NFF, you automatically think of agriculture products, wheat, barley, meat, etc. When you look at Australia's farming, there are many niche markets that are growing out of farming, and all you have to do is watch Sunday morning program, what we used to call Country Hour. It's called something else now, which I love to watch, because you see these niche markets in farming that are which we wouldn't have seen 10, 15, 20 years ago. Everything from avocado exports to mangoes, things that we weren't renowned for. Are they engaging with the NFF, and are they becoming? Obviously, they have to be a member of the NFF to be able to engage with you and to get the supports, etc., that are there. But are you finding more niche markets engaging in this area? Because we've had some really successful smaller scale businesses, but are doing really well on the international market in the farming industries.
I think we are seeing that. The example of the Huss avocado exports into India. I think they were saying it went from 0 to $1.5 million of trade.
What was that? I didn't catch
the
it.
Huss avocados, which, respectfully speaking, $1.5 million would be a rounding error for our larger exporters. But there's an example and a good story to, and perhaps if referring back to the terms of reference here, whilst we shouldn't lose sight on the beef, the barley, the wheat that they pay the bills. It's those examples of niche, more particular industries that might be of use in trying to sell the story in a more consumable way than a ship full of bulk handled wheat. And so perhaps it's a good example.
Yeah. Are you finding they're engaging more members with the NFF that are in that sort of niche market? Everything from olives to figs to
we set up a body 5 years ago, the Horticulture Council. I won't bore any of you with the industry politics of horticulture, but for many years they weren't a member of the NFF. We then set up a body that allows all of those little industries, because they didn't have the industry body, they often didn't collectively group themselves. So they're now a member of the NFF, which is excellent, and picks up a number of those examples you gave.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. Thank you very much for appearing before us today. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the great work that the NFF does with our agriculture industry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript for your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to change any of those transcripts if you feel that there's been errors. And if there's been any questions, which I don't think there were, for an answer to be sent to us, please feel free to do so. If there's something that you haven't raised today that you may think of a bit later, feel free to feed it through to us.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much for appearing. On that note, I now welcome the cane growers of Australia, Mr. Warren Males, to address us. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We can't hear you. Sorry, you might be on mute.
Yes.
Now we can hear you.
Thank
you. Thank you and welcome. For the Hansard record, could you just state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Committee. Good morning to you all. My name's Warren Males, and I'm appearing before you this morning as cane growers trade consultant.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Welcome, and I now invite you to make a short opening statement of a few minutes, and then we'll proceed to a discussion straight after. Over to you, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to the committee this morning. It's fantastic opportunity on this important topic. Representing more than 70% of Australia's cane growers, which is Queensland Cane Growers Organisation Limited, for the record, is the peak body for the sugarcane industry, with 13 districts offices across Queensland. Our strong regional presence ensures that services and advocacies are provided to our members in local communities, as well as to the highest levels of industry and government. Cane Growers strongly supports Australia's efforts to improve the sugar industry's trade environment by enhancing market access through strategic reforms to trade policy, whether they be bilateral, regional or in multilateral agreements. And we're committed to using all available processes to ensure that third countries comply with their international commitments. Our objective is really simple. It's to secure a more favourable and profitable export market environment for the Australian sugar industry, and to prevent the erosion of access opportunities and conditions in key markets. The committee may be interested to know that the Australian sugar industry is the most trade exposed of the world sugar industries. Except for a small tonnages sold to preferential export markets like the United States, all Australian sugar, whether it's sold into the domestic or export markets, is sold in relation to the world sugar price. And changes in the terms of market access, for that reason, changes in terms of market access significantly affect the profitability of both sugarcane growers and sugar mills across the country. Of course, the majority of the industry is based in Queensland, with a small production base in the north of New South Wales. As we mentioned in our submission, in many countries, sugar is treated as a politically sensitive product, and I think our colleague from the NFF made that same point when he made a couple of remarks about sugar and some other agricultural commodities. So protected by a range of mechanisms, the web of support structures makes the world sugar market one of the most distorted of all agricultural commodities. Despite these challenges, Australia is a long-standing and reliable supplier of a high-quality product into all of its markets. And we are concerned that government policy settings, such as tariff preferences, import licensing arrangements, are critical to the flow of product. They influence our access to markets. And we certainly have been working closely with the Australian government over a long period to ensure that we can get better access to markets. Australia's trade agreements, including those with Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Peru, the UK, and regional agreements like AUSParliamenTlive and CPTPP, have significantly improved our access to a range of markets. And these agreements have also prevented a deterioration in trade conditions. And we also have used the WTO processes to ensure countries comply with their international obligations. In response to the focal points of the committee's terms of reference, let me make a couple of remarks, if I may. On the level of understanding the social and economic benefits provided by FTAs, cane growers is actively works to ensure that our members and the wider industry and the broader community are well informed about the benefits and the implications of these agreements for the Australian sugar industry. And we do this through advocacy and negotiation, through public statements. I mean, for example, the cane growers congratulated the Trade Minister and the Australian government for securing worthwhile trade outcomes, for example, with the CPTPP and the Australia-UK FTA recently. And most recently, we actually supported the Trade Minister and the government when they decided to step away from potentially unfavourable deals, such as the agreement with the European Union. We educate and collaborate with our industry and local communities. We work internationally, as I mentioned before, with the federal government and through an organisation called the Global Sugar Alliance, which Australia was a founding member of, and Cane Growers works as the secretariat for, to bring international groups together to strengthen trade negotiations and to ensure compliance with international obligations. In fact, the Global Sugar Alliance will be meeting in London on Thursday of next week. And we think that the committee's current inquiry is an important step towards ensuring that the advantages of trade agreements and their contribution to the prosperity of Australian communities and the wider economy is fully understood. In terms of the uptake of the economic benefits to the Australian businesses created by the FTAs, the economic consultancy Queensland Economic Advisory Service found that for every $1 of economic activity in the sugarcane growing, an additional $6.40 is created elsewhere in the economy. In coming to that conclusion, QEAS found that sugarcane farming supports nearly $1.1 billion in economic activity each year, most of that in coastal Queensland and northern New South Wales, provides more than 9,800 direct jobs. It underpins value chain worth $4 billion in economic activity across the economy, enables more than 23,000 jobs, providing $1.3 billion in wages and incomes, and contributes more than $1.1 billion to tax revenue across state, local and federal governments. It also provides opportunities for the growth and diversification for the industry. The FTAs have enhanced the competitiveness of the Australian sugar industry in global and regional markets. And as I mentioned, those benefits flow both to cane growers, to sugar millers, and across the wider community. And our industry is, I think this is an important point that some of members of the committee might be interested in. Our external agreements are supported by domestic structures. Australia's world-leading approach to fostering competition and innovation in the Australian raw sugar marketing structures through the mandatory Sugar Code of Conduct, which is overseen by the ACCC, ensures that the benefits do flow across the broader supply chain. The Code of Conduct enables growers to deal with the sugar mill and the marketer of their choice in good faith, without intimidation and on whatever terms they agree, with an arbitration process to deal with any deadlocks that may occur in negotiations. And the continuation of the Sugar Code will ensure the benefits of FTAs continue to flow across the supply chain. It's also important to ensure that the agreements remain fit for purpose as we move forward. While the benefits have been and are strong, continuous efforts are needed to address barriers in those agreements where political sensitivities continue, and I'll return to the US and China in a moment. They promote informed engagement and ensure market access gains are not being eroded by third-party agreements that other countries may enter into. In that sense, I mentioned the US and China. Those agreements were two agreements. The US agreement was finalised in 2004, entered into force in 2005. Improved market access for sugar was excluded from that agreement. the US negotiated with Australia an increase in Australian access to the US as part of the CPTPP, but of course the US failed to ratify that agreement, and so our sugar access remains heavily bound by the restrictions of the WTO access. Our minimum access is 87,402 tonnes. We, from time to time, receive additional quota allocations from the US, and despite it importing more than 3.6 million tonnes of sugar annually, Australia's access to that market is limited to about, well, the minimum quota, as I mentioned, was 87,402, but each year with quota increases, that gets up to about 120,000 tonnes. In the case of China, that agreement entered into force in December 2015. Again, improved access to sugar for China was excluded, despite China being one of the world's largest sugar importers, 4.1 million tonnes in 2015, and those import numbers have not have only grown since then. Australia still has access to China, but on pretty restricted terms. In conclusion, Chair and Committee, Australia's FTAs, there's no doubt, have strengthened the Australian sugar industry's international competitiveness. With many economic, strategic and political uncertainties impacting the world economy and commodity markets, securing access to a wide range of markets is vitally important. The value of market diversity must not be understated. It provides export opportunities and increases competition amongst importers seeking cane sugar, which is produced to the highest in environmental and sustainability standards. This enables Australia to extract the full premium value of sugar in all of our markets. And it's important that the improved market access opportunities be secured in all FTAs that Australia negotiates. This secures more favourable and profitable export market environment, prevents the erosion of access opportunities and conditions in key markets, and creates additional demand for Australian sugar, which is in a relatively scarce supply. So, Chairman, with those few remarks, over to you. Happy to respond to any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. I'll ask Dr. Gillespie to kick off with the questions, but just before I do, something that I found fairly intriguing. You mentioned some of the markets, and in those markets was Peru. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have a...
The reason I find intriguing is they are so close to the Americas, Central America, where there's lots of sugarcane produced in some of those regions, very close to them. So...
yeah, one of those agreements that Australia has is with Peru, and from time to time it makes sense for us to be selling sugar to Peru. We do not sell very much sugar at all to Peru, and in fact only perhaps one or two cargoes since that agreement has been reached. But because of the policy structures there and the requirements of the importers, from time to time it makes sense for them to source Australian sugar. And Chairman, that's a really important point, because what the FTAs do is open market access opportunities. They do not create an obligation for Australia to supply, but they create an opportunity when it makes economic sense for us to supply. And so with the most recent, second most recent agreement that Australia reached is the Australia-UK FTA. We have fully supplied our quota in the first year, and a large chunk of the quota in the second year. Economic circumstances in Europe have changed somewhat in recent times, with a significant flow of sugar from the Ukraine entering into the EU market. This has pushed white sugar prices in the EU to a lower level than they previously were. And of course that has impacted on the economics of Australian sugar being sold into the UK. And that's one of the reasons why we've not sold fully filled our quota for the second quota year into the UK. But looking forward, as the markets normalise, we fully expect some of that trade to continue.
Thank you. Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. Tell me, in the various markets that we do have access, are there any sporadic or regular non-trade tariff barriers popping up, given that it's a very perishable product, things like wharf delays or phytosanitary checks or something, or is it all plain sailing once you get into these countries?
Well, thanks for the question, Dr. Gillespie. Look, sugar is an interesting product. It's the raw sugar that we export is, as you know, is an industrial product. Although it's produced from sugar cane, by the time it comes out from the factory, it's an industrial product. It's moved around as a bulk commodity for further processing before it can be sold for human consumption. Into each of the markets that we sell sugar, there are generally quality or pol restrictions on the level polarisation of the sugar that can enter the market. Once we meet those requirements, it's pretty plain sailing. All of our sugar is sold to refiners, as I said, for further processing.
Can I ask a question? What shape does it go in? Is it liquid, sucrose, or is it molasses, or what is it?
It's a bulk. It's a bulk raw material. It's not unlike if you or your partner goes to a supermarket and purchases raw sugar to be consumed either in your cup of tea or cup of coffee at home, or to make a cake or some other baking item. The like product that we export. Brown sugar is probably much more of a molasses covered product than raw sugar. Raw sugar is the consistency of white sugar that you might see in a sachet in a coffee shop. I'm struggling to find the right analogy for it, but it is raw sugar that Australia sells is 98.95% pure in terms of polarisation. Yeah. White sugar is a crystal product as well, as you know, and it's 99.995% pure. And so the impurities, the difference between raw and white is a slight molasses covering on the sugar and some impurities in the product, and the refining process takes those impurities out of the product, so that a white crystal sugar, aside from a crystal of salt, is one of the most pure products that your body might ever ingest. Yeah. Which is just a little interesting piece of trivia for you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm fine, thanks. All good. Ms. Polly. Can I just go on to ask about, and I've asked this of all our witnesses that have turned up, do you think within the sugarcane industry in the regional areas in Queensland, northern New South Wales, yes, is there a good understanding of the benefits of free trade agreements to the industry and by those regional communities? And do you think that the wider community, the Australian community, has a good understanding or understand that the benefits of free trade agreements?
Chairman, that's a really interesting question. Cane Growers spends a lot of time and effort to explain the benefits of the free trade agreements to the sugar industry and the sugar community up and down the coast of Queensland. It seems to me that the benefits of trade for our industry are undisputable and they're very significant, as I described in my opening remarks. But the understanding of that across the wider community, I think, is more limited, and perhaps across the wider community being outside of the outside of agricultural communities and outside of the mining communities, the knowledge of the benefits of trade perhaps is not as great as we would like to see it. I mean, for agricultural communities, and for sugar in particular, we export more than 70% of our product. So if we don't have access to markets, we don't have anywhere to sell that product. We have nowhere, no source of income. Whether our sugar is sold in the domestic or the export markets, that raw sugar is all priced in relation to the world market price. So we are looking for the trade agreements to be creating additional demand for Australian sugar, and that additional demand creates additional value for our industry. And that's one of the reasons why we're looking particularly to see if it's possible, and maybe it is, maybe it's not, but see if it's possible to improve our access to the United States market, which is the world's most remunerative sugar market. We'd also like to see improved access to China, again, because market diversification is what provides us with the opportunities to have a range of customers rather than a narrow clutch of customers. So coming back to your question, are the benefits of trade well known? In the agricultural communities, I believe they are. They're very well known through the efforts of cane growers and your former witnesses there from the NFF do a lot of work in that regard. Across the wider community, we see, some perhaps less well-informed comments made from time to time.
Yes. And my final question is, if you were to be making the recommendations that we're going to have to come up with at the end of this inquiry to the government, what sort of recommendations would you advise us to make to maximise the opportunities and the benefits of trade in the sugar industry?
Well, look,
I take your point about the US and China, which are very important markets for us to engage with.
I think it's really important that to ensure that the trade agreements remain fit for purpose. And I think continuous efforts are need to address trade barriers wherever they arise. I think it's important that the government promotes an informed engagement both in Australia amongst the communities, and we just talked about the level of knowledge of some in our community, but both in Australia and internationally of the benefits of trade, particularly to an economy that's as trade exposed as Australia. And I think to ensure that market access gains are not eroded, it's very important to ensure that the agreements continue to be updated so that if a third country, for example, reaches an agreement with a major exporting partner of Australia, such as, say, Japan, it's important that the agreements that the third country and Japan reach are not on more favourable terms than the agreement that Australia has with Japan. And I just use that for an example. I'm not suggesting that there are any concerns about Australia's sugar trade with Japan. Quite the contrary, Australia's sugar trade with Japan is very significant, and it's one of our best markets and most remunerative markets. And I guess for that reason, we don't want to see those benefits eroded.
My very last question, How do we distinguish between barriers that are justified, for example, for biosecurity and proper reasons to be justified? How do you distinguish those particular barriers compared to being used, just being used as a protectionist object? And are there examples in the sugar industry?
Chairman, in our industry, I'm pleased to say that the barriers, the technical barriers of the nature that you describe, are very rare. Mostly the barriers are there to protect domestic farm structures. Whether they're in the US, where they're there to protect a domestic price. In the EU, they're there to protect the domestic market for producers in those countries. What we generally see is that most of the protections that impact the sugar industry are there as purely protective for politically sensitive products. So sugar is seen as a politically sensitive product in most countries around the world, and the barriers that we see are there to protect domestic industries from the vagaries of the world market. Australia, on the other hand, competes, and one of Australia's strengths is its exposure to the world market. And our resilience in the face of the ups and downs of that market has caused the Australian industry to be one of the most innovative in the world, despite perhaps our production base not growing. The marketing systems that we've got, for example, are an example of the innovation that our industry's had in response to the need to be able to manage price risk and other risks associated with our production. So the short answer to your question is that the technical barriers are not a significant issue in the sugar industry, but mostly the barriers are of a political nature, and we'd like to see Australia continue the good work that it has done to improve access to markets for our exporters.
Thank you very much, and that brings us to an end of our session. Can I thank you for that very good briefing to this committee about the sugar industry and the details of the exports, etc. Thank you for coming today. I don't think you've been asked to provide any additional information, but if there is something that perhaps you think of a bit later that you didn't get the opportunity to talk about, feel free to send it through to us. And we'll look at it, and you can send that through to the Secretariat by Friday, the 20th of December. You'll also be sent a transcript of all your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to rectify any errors that you may think have occurred in the transcript. And on that note, thank you very much, Mr. Miles. And if there's anything else that we perhaps think of that we didn't ask you today, we may contact you again. Thank you.
Thank you again for the opportunity, Chairman, and committee. Good morning to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, that brings us to, just before we close, that's the break. We've technically finished 5 minutes early, so can we start 5 minutes early? Or
yeah.
Yep. So 10.
If the next person's ready.
If they're ready, yeah.
Yeah.
Then that'll be at 10:30.
Yeah.
Or if you want to make it a bit early. Yeah, 10:30. In 20 minutes, that's correct. Yeah. Okay. Terrific. Can I just start off saying welcome, and we now welcome our next witnesses, which is the voice of Korean Australian businesses. They're here in person. For the Hansard record, would you please just state the name and the capacity that you appear before the committee?
My name is Patrick Cha. Legal name is Young Cha, and I'm the president of the Voice of Korean Australian Businesses.
My name is Julian Lee. I'm Vice President of Korean Australian Voice of Korean Australian Businesses.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Choi. I'm also a Vice President of BOCAP.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. I really appreciate that you've made the trip from Sydney to Canberra to come and give evidence to us and give us your views and thoughts into our inquiry. Can I just say that today's hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you to make a very short statement and we'll open up just for a discussion. So over to you.
Let me introduce the VOCAP. VOCAP is a non-profit organization that has supported Korean Australian entrepreneurs since 2004, which is almost 20 years. So we provide the political advocacy, economic programs, and the cultural initiative to help business succeed as a proud Australian businessman. This year, 8 of our members were appointed to the Overseas Korean Businesses Council members and by Korean agency. This milestone underscores our role in empowering the Korean diaspora and the fostering the trade and investment opportunity in between two countries. Today in our presentation, we'll focus on how the Korea-Australia Free Trade Agreement, which is called CAFTA, can be better utilized to strengthen ties between two countries. And we'll highlight our challenges, especially the SMEs and the proposed, the actionable solutions to unlock the growth for all of us. Yeah. And now, Steve, maybe you have.
Yes, I'll just tell you why we are here today by addressing the challenges and unique contributions of Korean Australian entrepreneurs. Since the implementation of CAFTA in 2014, the agreement has significantly strengthened the trade relationship between Australia and South Korea. Today, Korea ranks as Australia's third largest export market, as you well know, and also fourth largest trading partner. However, these benefits are not equally accessible, especially small and medium-sized entrepreneurs led by Korean Australian entrepreneurs often find themselves on the fringes of these opportunities. That's why we are here. Korean Australian entrepreneurs face a host of challenges, limited resources and insufficient awareness of navigating CAFTA's complexity are among the primary hurdles. For language barriers and add more to these issues, and technical trade terms like rules of origin proving overwhelming for smaller businesses attempting to engage in international trade. Additionally, government outreach efforts often prioritize large corporations, leaving smaller diaspora-led businesses excluded from crucial trade discussion. This is a missed opportunity, we believe. As Korean Australia bring unique strengths to the table, the dual cultural and linguistic fluency positions them as ideal trade and investment intermediaries, capable of bridging gaps between the two. This community has driven innovation and growth across diverse industries, including food exports, education, technology, cultural goods. These contributions reflect and enrich the multicultural fabric of Australia. Despite these potential, Korea's representation in Austrade trade facilitation effort, we believe it remains surprisingly low. Recent 2023-14 Austrade report revealed that Korea is now listed among the top market countries benefiting from trade facilitation programs, even though it accounted for the staggering $70.9 billion in two-way trade. got a few more issues to take, and then I'll finish my. And why this is the case? Several factors we believe contribute. Sectoral focus misalignment. Australia has concentrated its effort on emerging markets. Well, fair enough, like Southeast Asia and India, often overlooking the high growth potential of Australia-Korea relationship beyond mining and commodities. Over-reliance on commodity is the same issue. That too much reliance on commodities and relationship is dominated by traditional exports such as iron ore, LNG, coal, leaving advanced manufacturing, renewable, and agribusiness underexplored. Underrepresentation of strategic program. Korea lacks dedicated initiative like Southeast Asia Business Exchange Program or the Australia-India Business Exchange, limiting its visibility in trade discussions. Many CAFTA underutilization. Many SMEs remain unaware of specific benefit of CAFTA offers compared to FTA with the other nations. Finally, for me, the barriers facing Korean Australian enterprises further compound these challenges. Lack of tailored resources, complex trade regulation, minimal government engagement make it difficult for these businesses to reach their full potential. Yet contributions of Korean Australians are invaluable. By empowering this community, we can tap into their unique ability to act as cultural and economic bridges, fostering stronger ties between the two. Addressing these systematic barriers and unlocking this potential will drive innovation, bolster the economy, and strengthen Australia's multicultural society. Thank you, Julie.
Okay, so now to overcome these challenges and unlock the full potential of CAFTA for SMEs, we propose several solutions, including a new initiatives. First, CAFTA Toolkits. SME needs a simple, multilingual guide that breaks down the complexity of CAFTA into actionable steps. This toolkit would simplify technical concepts like rules of origin and focus on making CAFTA's benefits more accessible to diaspora-led businesses. By providing clear guidance tailored to their unique needs, we can lower entry barriers and encourage greater participation in bilateral trade. Second, trade matchmaking platform. This digital platform would connect Australian SMEs with potential business partners in Korea. But it would go beyond just the matching. By incorporating cultural insight and market intelligence, the platform would enable smaller businesses to establish a successful and sustainable trade relationship. We estimate this initiative could generate millions in new trade opportunity annually, particularly for diaspora-led SMEs. Third, education and mentorship program. Knowledge is power. By running workshops and mentorship initiatives, we can equip emerging entrepreneurs with the tools and expertise they need to succeed. Experienced professionals could share their insight, fostering cycle of growth and innovation. Beyond Korean Australian business, this program could benefit regional SMEs and foster unique partnerships, such as collaboration between Korean Australian and First Nation entrepreneurs in areas like cultural tourism and niche market export. In addition to these, we recognize the power of media. We propose using multilingual social channels and broadcasters like SBS Korea to provide updates on CAFTAs. This platform could help SMEs stay informed about trade opportunities and policy changes, bridging language and information gaps. Finally, we propose the establishment of Korean Australian Business Exchange, KABX, inspired by a successful program like SCABX and AIBX. This initiative would provide a structured framework to strengthen trade collaboration with Korea. KABX would prioritize high-growth sectors, expanding beyond commodities to further develop areas such as green energy, technology, education, healthcare, advanced manufacturing, agriculture, and culture export with particular focus on SMEs. KABX leverages the networks and expertise Korean Australian entrepreneurs to bridging cultural and business gaps, unlocking new market opportunity for both nations. By simplifying process, fostering collaboration, and empowering entrepreneurs, we can drive significant growth and build an enduring partnership that reflects and celebrates Australia's multicultural identity. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Julian. In closing, CAFTA represents a tremendous opportunity to strengthen the tie between two countries, but collaboration is essential to unlock its full potential. At VOCAP, we are not here to undervalue or criticize the great work of agencies like Austrade or the government, but to enhance it by providing a cultural experience, cultural expertise, and community connections. The contributions of Korean Australians demonstrate what's possible when diverse voices are empowered. Together, we can ensure that the CAFTA benefits businesses of all sizes and strengthen the economic and the cultural bond between our nations. Thank you for your the attention. Yep. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
We might just open up for a discussion.
Sure.
We'll ask some questions. I'll kick off with my questions before I hand to my colleagues. Just very quickly, I'm the chair. My name's Steve Georgianis. I represent the seat of Adelaide. We have Senator Polly from Tasmania, Mr Laxley from the seat of Bennelong in New South Wales. We have Dr David Gillespie from New South Wales and my deputy chair, Scott Bushholtz from Queensland. So we've pretty well covered the entire country from the south right up to the north. And I suspect we all have a fairly substantial Korean diaspora in my electorate. I know in the seat of Bennelong, and I also know up in Queensland and Sydney and in Tasmania. And we know that the Korean community is very entrepreneurial. In my electorate, there's businesses. They may be very small scale, but they're very entrepreneurial, very endeavouring, and you see all the hard work that's put in and the successes that come with it. So part of our inquiry, our thinking was, as the Trade Committee, many of us in our communities were speaking with the diaspora of many different ethnicities who have moved here from many years ago and have started up some wonderful businesses importing, exporting with their place of origin. Why does that occur? It occurs, we suspect, because of the language, the culture, the intricate detail of the particular country, and the context that they have. So part of our inquiry is to find out how governments and government agencies can work with these small to medium-sized businesses that perhaps could help Austrade and others with their understanding. And you touched a bit on it when you spoke about language, culture, that as much as the good work that Austrade and the DFAT does, sometimes that culture, that language, and the actual people-to-people contact isn't as intricate as what some of the diaspora has here. So basically, that's our thinking with this particular inquiry. And what I want to ask is, within your views, and you touched on it a bit, Austrade and DFAT, do they engage? Are there opportunities for smaller businesses that are already exporting but could grow enormously with the support of Austrade? And secondly, when you think of Korean businesses, we think of Busan Steel, Hyundai, the very big ones. Now, they have an enormous network where they can fit into because of the billions and billions of dollars that they make. But for our smaller businesses, how do we assist them? How do we get them to obviously to assist them, but also I think that the governments can benefit enormously from their contacts and their skills and their... I know it's not really a question, more of a statement, but I'd like to thrash that out a bit more if we can have a bit of a discussion on those topics.
Yeah, I fully understand what you actually think, and then what I see, because I've been here in Australia for running the business for 30 years, and then what I see is you got about 100,000 Korean diaspora, the people in Australia, and the majority of them is doing the business-wise. They are doing mostly import, not export. Yeah. But what it missed is because we have argument's sake, like I've got 10,000 businessmen, Korean Australian businessmen in Sydney, for example, and then they are importing only, but they have also like a multiple number of connection in Korea. They are importers, but you can convert them to exporters, but we missed that part. We have a good connection in overseas in Korea, but because they don't know what to do, they don't want to export, because the two governments actually focus on big business like Hyundai or Samsung, or even the resources only. So there are huge amount of potential still untouched, unleashed. So if government help us to sort of promote what Australian product can export to Korea, because recently we visit Korea as a sort of advisory, business advisory, overseas Korean business advisory. Yeah, I think that's the name, what they named us. And then they invite us to, and that they are very interested in importing goods from Australia. But they are not talking about again the resources, the small business, small to medium businesses. They want import something from Australia, but they don't know what. So, and also they don't have any contact, not much contact in Australian business. But you can be a bridging, you can do a bridging role for that. Help our product can be like a whatever, like a our agricultural product. Or it can be like a hay, or it can be a scrap of the aluminiums, or it can be like a kangaroo, whatever. But they are interested, but they don't know what. So we can introduce something you can export to Korea, that they are willing to listen our voices.
Is there any engagement by our agencies like Austrade with those smaller businesses and with DFAT?
That's not really.
No,
so
not
as
really,
we know that I think as I understand the Austrade, or maybe they more concentrating largely the corporate business. If they do any education or trading session, it is all focusing on large business and not for the small businesses. So the Korean Australian, they're very entrepreneur, and they like to try all different things, and they do have a lot of skills, and they connection to get engaged with both parties. So, like, I think it's just very important by the government's strategy, like how you provide that the information, what items is available, because not everybody know what's happening in here, and then sometimes it's a strategy what industry to promote to get to the next level as well. So, as with the last visit in like the Korean convention, World Convention, that we have noticed that many not only the Korean, but also the worldwide diaspora Korea interest in Australia. But they don't really know about what sort of item or products available, what is Australian product other than the commodities. So they always are searching for the new items and the new skills and new ideas from Australia with our sort of good, the label or the. But they don't have it. And then for us, Australian Korean, we need to get a bit of more information, and then what sort of strategy, what sort of step to get that promote exporting the Australian goods. Yep.
As we all agree, Australia itself has a good branding power compared to other European countries or even the States. So especially like a small to medium businesses in Korea, we should utilize the brand name, brand power of Australia to promote our goods. I'm talking about resources or the meat, but those things. But they really like Australian product. Whatever Australia is good, they always look higher. Our brand, our product as an Australian product, Australian made product. Yes,
branding is known.
Yeah,
but there's nothing under that.
Exactly.
Probably one example that we can think of is Australian beef. It was sold as clean beef in Korea, and that was quite a success. And Korea has become one of the largest beef exporters.
So we're missing out.
That's right.
When I say our exports and exporters are missing out on those intricate personal connections that the community already has here in Australia.
That's right.
So we're trying to reinvent a wheel when the wheel's already invented in many cases.
If you look at the Australia-Korea trade statistic, if you look at the number, it is huge. But led by commodities, and led by large corporations. I can understand. I think both Korean and Australian government and government they are doing their best because these big businesses are important because they are the foundation and it absolutely establish the relationship.
Well, that's right. But we all know small businesses are the backbone of every country.
That's what we say. In terms of employment, in terms of increase in employment, we already have 100,000 Korean Australian here in Australia. You can utilize them. More Korean Australian. I mean, not more, but I'm an accountant, so I see clients, and I see more Korean importing business than exporting business. They find it difficult. Yeah, but if you look at the government, both countries, I think government agencies, they only concentrate on large businesses. They look at the number because they can achieve their target easily by selling, semiconductors, cars, and coals, iron ore. And it's such a small market compared to what we are doing. But that market's there, and the trade will be there for not forever, but we hope forever. But if we can add small business on top of it, it'll be huge. And you saw the example, some of the health product in Korea and the beef product for last 20 years. When the U.S. beef was struggling, Australia took up the huge market there. So why not? Why not take advantage? We are here to collaborate with the government agencies or even the government.
So the other thing that we are surprisingly find was from recent Australian report about target market, like target country. And although the Korea is the third largest export partner and then fourth largest trading partner, but Korea wasn't including top market. Why? We just concentrated on the commodities, but nothing else. So when we explore, we got we got the resource, human power, connections, but we are definitely not exploring the other items that we could explore much more. Whereas the Southeast, the business exchange or India exchange, they're exploring those, but why not investing more into the Korean market when we have a resource for both ways? And also the other thing is the branding power. Korea is quite very globally. They have a very good brand. So as Australia. So I think if we wanted to be more competitive in globally, maybe we can use the collaborative approaches as well. So for instance, like one of my clients that they import, they got the Australian brand, but they're manufactured in Australia, in Korea, but they are selling to the other country with the Australian brand.
Might go to Mr. Lexley for a question.
Thanks, Chair, and really thank you for your really important evidence. I think tapping into the cultural links between our diverse communities and these free trade agreement countries is the whole point of this inquiry. So I'm really thankful you came. I mean, looking at it here, we've got free trade agreements with Thailand, Chile, Malaysia, Korea, Japan, China, Peru, and Indonesia, and we've got huge communities who hail from those countries established here in Australia. Steve, I think in your evidence you mentioned language being really important, and in our first hearings we heard from Austrade that they don't communicate in languages other than English.
Exactly.
So I guess just for evidence so that they can see it and so that we can hopefully put it in our report as a recommendation, could either of you or any of you explain why it's important to be able to communicate about the benefits of these free trade agreements in Korean, in your language? Explain to us how it is a barrier currently and how those barriers would be broken down if you were to have it in another language.
Okay. Australia is a good destination for the Korean to immigrate and start new life, or maybe starting new business and putting their investment. Yet they do have a connect, and then they do have a ability to bring their skills and everything, but then their language is still very minimal. So when they reciprocally, when they selling our product, that they need to understand what is its benefit in terms of kafta. So it is very important that in different languages, there's a newcomer, or maybe not yet, they're not confident, but they do have the skills to helping them to explore those markets. Yeah.
The other thing is that the language is important because free trade with any country for ordinary people like ourselves is a big stuff. It talks about the big issues. So we only hear that on the TV news or whatever newspaper. We don't know the details of it normally. But if we know what's in there, what can benefit our businesses, then we can start thinking of it. What can I do with this?
The language is also really technical,
take advantage of it.
Yeah.
I mean, even normal, if English is your first language, if sometimes it's legislation or the agreement, things like that, probably be difficult.
Yeah. Yes.
Reading newspaper sometimes be difficult.
Yeah.
So we find easier newspaper to read.
Yeah.
So by giving the legislation, the agreement itself to people to read, they won't read it. Even if they read it, they don't understand it.
Yeah.
But if you give summary of what's in there, especially to take out all those big coal mining, cars, electronic, take that thing, and this is something that can benefit small business. You take only that section out of it and try to read this section, try to understand, see what kind of benefit you can take out of this agreement. If you tell them, they start thinking, and then start thinking, okay, this is what I can do. So I think in that regard, language is pretty important.
Yeah.
To promote them to start thinking about it.
Yeah, yeah, and
easy access.
And to do that, I mean, your members, how would they? In what format could that information be produced? Webinars, online, in person, like how?
Well, before coming to this, we saw that we had the FTA seminar back in 2009.
Okay.
Our association hosted with the Sydney University law professor. There was Mr. Lee over there back in 15 years ago. We invited him, and also we invited the economic consul from the Korean embassy.
Yeah.
And they gave us for about 50-60 people. They gave us seminars in Blue Mountain Film Resort, or two-day seminar in there. That kind of thing. That this is what FTA says especially for small businesses. Even me, I don't know what's in there.
So how do you expect a small business person who is busy running their business and then trying to understand our terminology?
What I'm trying to deliver here is that it's a kind of a catalyst of promote them to think about different business opportunities. Why? Because their business has already established in terms of importing businesses. But now it's for them to think about exporting opportunities.
Yes.
The importing is going
Australia, I think we are missing this opportunity.
Yep.
So we want to take advantage of it. I don't know in detail how it can help things like that. But at least you can start, give, something to think of, something to think about for their future business opportunities.
Thank you. Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, just taking up your desire to get more, not big brand business, but small. Are you thinking, are there business services or professional services or more bespoke physical products from Australia that you could take to Korea, like Australian clothing?
Whatever the kangaroo meat for the pets.
And what about Australian music? We got a lot of K-pop.
That's right.
Yes, that's right. That's what
we discussed.
K-pop and
that's right.
At the moment it's a bit tricky, but this country will eventually go nuclear, and I've seen your great capability. Building four times 1,400 megawatt nuclear plants on time, on budget for UAE. And you're doing it maybe with Poland.
Yeah, Poland.
And with maybe Czechoslovakia.
Yes.
And that is a great potential marriage because your turbines, your reactor pressure vessels, Doosan endability. We have good engineers in Australia and we don't make as much, but I'd like to get more Korean industrial capability for Australia to grow our industrial base again.
That's right.
That is huge possibility.
That's right, exactly.
Inward investments are quite possible.
That's right.
I've heard so many Korean businesses go,
inward investment,
but we don't know where to start. We don't
So-
know how. And I'm thinking organisations like this can be the bridge, right?
Yeah. So if you got a list of things, but just sitting here listening to you, they were the things that came to mind. Look, we love gadgets. Australia loves gadget. We are the gadget take-up capital of the world.
Yep.
You got something new electronic, we'll do it. But music we love. So maybe bring more
music,
K-pop.
in terms of
people
music, as you know, some of the K-pop global star like Rose, they are from Australia. They're Australian.
Those singers are
Yes, they're quite. Do you
There
know
is
any
many,
other?
actually, in fact, many Korean, the Korean Australian idols, performing in Korean K-pop stage. It's very popular, and then they actually going out, they promoting not only Korean, but when they introducing their background as Australian, this is a huge promotion.
It's about harnessing it.
That's right.
Together,
as I mentioned, like this is going to be like branding power. It's both nations. So we got those music, but they are Honey Palm is the example. Honey Palm is a Vietnamese Australian. Like she goes there, and then she's huge, popular. The stage. She
single singer.
Yeah, that's right.
She's a member of the group, but she also sings.
And she's Australian.
So
Vietnamese Australia.
So I'm thinking
There's
like
lots of opportunities.
why our indigenous music can be combined with the Korean. I think there's a lot. There's a huge opportunity. So definitely the Korean Australians are in the middle, and then we can mitigate.
Do you have? I know French. Try and get French schools in every city. Do you have Korean schools and many Australians choosing to study Korean language at
Korea?
I think if I can just clarify, I think what Mr. Gillespie, community Korean schools for the diaspora, and then we've obviously got Korean at university level here in Australia as well, and how many non-Koreans taking it up?
Yeah, I think there are many.
I think they do. So in fact, the last June we had a seminar just regarding the promoting the Korean Australian community, and then our actions. It's called Australia Korea Closer Than Ever. So at the time we invited all the different school teachers and then diaspora community leaders, and then we have been explained what Australian Korean did, and then our relationship between Korea Australia. Some among them, that is particularly we have talked about the languages, and then how the language and the understanding of the culture is important, not only Korean Australian, but the second generation of Australian to promote themselves globally.
Which then that, in terms of keeping that language, helps with our connections and our exports.
Exactly.
Senator Polly.
Yes, I just wanted to go back and touch on, in your opening comments, Ms. Lee, you spoke about having a digital platform that actually has the language of Korean as well as English, but so that you can break down those barriers. Who do you see should have the responsibility of establishing that and funding it?
I think there's going to be the next step. That, but again, that for example, like we will give you example as Voice of Korean Australian businesses. So. I think with the support with the Australia or the government, I think maybe we can establish, we can sort of establish those platforms. So, for instance, last visit we have engaged with the Koima, so it's this Korean imported group. So they're very keen to get engaged with the digitally and as well as in person to get that explore the Australian the goods and services. So I think those if those things is when established, it should be the someone who has connection and who knows the market and the culture.
In relation to, as you said, it's about branding. So Australia has a good reputation around the globe, as Korea does. As Dr. Gillespie said, any new gadgets, I want one. But I think there's a real necessity to actually probably do more around promoting of tourism, because we don't actually see a lot of advertising of Korea as a destination. I think that would help. I think language, probably from your evidence today for me, that has been the strongest point, I think, and really it's common sense. It doesn't matter what market you go to, and it wasn't until I went overseas for the first time that you actually realise Australians have very little language skills compared to someone who lives in Europe or Asia, where you have to. My sister-in-law, who now lives in Italy, she speaks 7 languages.
Wow.
Because it's just the way it is, and I think that's a really important point, and take that up. But is there any other really strong message that you think is going to make a difference? Because from other evidence to me throughout this inquiry, it appears to me that Australia, although they do a good job at what they do, they need to expand. They need more funding. So what else do we need to be mindful of that you would recommend to us to put in our report to go to the government?
There's no research institute, because many people, we don't know what we need. Someone has to do some research, what they need, how they can help, how government can help the diaspora Korean or the diaspora communities or businessmen. Yeah. So I think it doesn't have to be a big organization, but at least a few, like a professor or the specialist, who can think of who did consider, who did sort of a kind of a, someone has to have a deep thought about how you can improve, and then if you set up a small maybe research center or the kind of facility or the organization or the team, maybe they can report regularly to the government or the Austrade, to talk to the Austrade, and then maybe it doesn't have to be like a permanent setup, but like a couple of task force kind of work for a couple of 1 year or 2 years. Then they'll do more in-depth research why CAFTA doesn't work past 10 years. It only works for a big company, but not to the smaller, small to medium businesses. Yeah.
So I think the as I mentioned about KABX, like we have a AIBX. Maybe you can sort of get the strategy of KABX. It will include researches and then involving finding the items to promote to the overseas, and as well as with the languages, and then developing connection in Korea as well too. So it's more a systematic approach. It could be vital. Yes.
Can I ask another question from me? In terms of Austrade and DFAT and the trade section within DFAT, does your organisation, when I say your Voice of Korean Australian Businesses, have any liaison with them? Do they engage with you as a body that looks after a lot of businesses? Or
not really.
Never.
Yeah.
Have you ever requested?
No.
We visit. Our members visit their website from time to time.
Sorry?
Our members visit and have their website from time to time, but they couldn't get that much information.
Because I go back to what you were saying. People maybe not knowing what Korean import needs are. Austrade has a whole range of research in front of it that could actually feed this into it. But instead of going to each individual business, small businesses,
having a body that they could feed it into that then understands the Korean diaspora here in Australia to feed it out through different language programs, print, etc. would be something that we could perhaps...
So as I know that AKBC is the good example.
The Australian Korean
but
business.
they are targeting more larger corporate businesses.
Yeah.
And it's quite expensive that small business to approach it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So maybe the small organization the organization, we targeting more SME businesses rather than corporate business like AKBC. Yeah.
That's the gap. The small, medium businesses is the gap. Yeah.
No, I'm disagreeing. There's a big gap there.
Dr. Gillespie, Deputy Chair. If we were to, and I know Helen sort of asked this question, but I'll go back to with my opening question. This particular inquiry wants to look at our small to medium range businesses and how we can engage them. We already have a market, I think, through our diaspora, whether it be the Koreans, whether it be Chinese, Indian, there's a whole range. If we were to recommend something to the government, because our report will be recommending to the Minister different things to take up, it's up to the Minister then if they do take it up or if they don't, but usually if there's a recommendation, what would be a good recommendation that we can have in our report that engages our diaspora community more? And you don't have to answer that today, but if you could think perhaps of something that you could send through to us, or if you have any ideas now, we'd be happy to hear as well.
I think so far, I mean, we can only speak for ourselves.
Yes,
we can't speak for the market or how the other community. Korean market has been by Australian government or Australia being neglected. That's why we don't have a smaller committee or the big, because I mean, Korea-Australia bilateral trade has always been grown.
Always, and will continue to do so.
I mean, if I were working for Korean part, I don't really have to look at the numbers because it always grows. But I see, as a Korean Australian living in Australia, I see more offers from the Korean government to promote their product here in Australia
than the other way around.
Than the other way around. Okay, but I mean, what they're doing their job. That's okay. But I don't think we are doing our job enough. To help, I mean, it should be two-way. We are selling coal and they are selling cars, and that's the two-way approach. But from small businesses, I think even Korea, I think the situation is quite similar. For Korea, government agencies are concentrating on large businesses, which is understandable for both countries, but we see more offers from Korean government to help Korean Australian businesses to import more product. So this is something that what we are discussing today, the music industry, whatever, is something that we couldn't have imagined 10 years ago.
Exactly.
Talking about music industry in Korea, talking about TV in Korea, uranium or the whatever
Korean cereals,
not the uranium, but what is it? Nuclear power plant, things like that. Something we even think of. Now we have more agendas on table apart from the iron ore and commodity, wheat, beef. Probably beef is the smallest item in terms of Australian export. It's a huge market. But SME, what we are saying is that the impact on the community, and impact on the employment will be huge.
Yes.
It will be huge. Tourism, and SME, because many Korean Australians are working towards the Australian Korean export. If they are working for the Australian Korean export market, and the impact
enormous opportunities.
Because in terms of number of people.
Right, exactly.
And the time zone is really good too.
Yes.
And also the other thing is as a foreign relationship, and sometimes that in sort of smaller level or maybe sort of as a general level, there's a lot of missing policies that their information is available, but then the government as a government levels and maybe they are missing out. So for instance, like now the Korean government, they have a province, they have a different policy to attracting investors and then promoting foreign startup business in in Korea, and then they supporting them as even the foreign the businesses. So, but those things have not touched it and maybe not really know what's happening there. But as a Korean Australian who knows the both information, we can deliver and then exchange those information.
Thank you very much. That unfortunately brings us into the time we've got our next witnesses. But can I just thank you for coming today? And if there's anything else that you wish to provide, please do so. Send it through to the committee. If there's anything that we wish to, perhaps we forgot to ask today, we'll get into contact with you again. You'll be sent a transcript of today's evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to correct any errors that you think are made in the transcript. And on that note, thank you very much for appearing before the committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very, very
If I could grab a photo of the flags there, is that okay?
Very late.
Yeah, is that okay? Can we grab a quick photo in front of the
Hyundai shipyard building?
Just can we suspend for Okay, Hansard is back on.
Probably 2 minutes. I've just got a few phone calls.
We now welcome individuals from the Red Meat Advisory Council. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Susan Wakeford, CEO of the Red Meat Advisory Council.
Thank you. Next.
Bonnie Skinner, CEO of Sheep Producers Australia.
Thank you. Next. Next.
Scott Compo-Harms, Deputy CEO, Australian Livestock Exporters Council.
Thank you. Next.
Sam Munsey, General Manager of Trade and Technical Affairs at the Australian Meat Industry Council.
Excellent. Thank you. Is there anyone else online that perhaps we don't have a video for?
Yes, it's Katie Davies, Vice President and Secretary of the Goat Industry Council of Australia, and I apologise for technical issues and I don't have a camera today.
That's okay. Thank you. And anyone else? No.
That's our representation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing before us today. We really appreciate it. For I just have to say a few words before we kick off. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite one of you to make a short opening statement of no more than a few minutes, and then we'll proceed to a question and answer session and a bit of a discussion. Please take into account that we have your submission and we've all seen the submission, so there's no need to go over what's in the submission. We've all seen it. I think it's best if we have an informal discussion and a Q&A so we can ask questions of the things that we've seen in the submission. So over to who's making the opening? Miss Wakeford. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name, as I've stated, is Susan Wakeford, and I'm the CEO of the Red Meat Advisory Council, ARMAC as we're known. ARMAC and its members thank the committee for this opportunity to speak to you this morning in relation to our submission on understanding and the utilisation of benefits under free trade agreements. By way of background, ARMAC is Australia's only policy, leadership and advocacy forum that comprises producers, lot feeders, processors, manufacturers, independent retailers and livestock exporters representing the entire red meat supply chain through the beef, sheep and goat industries. As you've heard, I'm joined by my colleagues here today from our member industries, which are again the Australian Livestock Council, the Australian Livestock Exporters Council, the Australian Lot Feeders Association, Australian Meat Industry Council, Cattle Australia, Sheep Producers Australia, and also the Goat Industry Council of Australia. Each and every day, Australia's red meat and livestock industries supply safe and nutritious high-quality red meat to over 26 million Australians and over 100 export destinations. 74,000 businesses make up our red meat industry supply chain, and we pride ourselves in the ability that they have to apply the highest level of care to livestock and environment, making sure they're maintaining a profitable and also sustainable industry for our future generations to come. Australia, and specifically the red meat industry, prosperity is highly dependent on international trade, as you would understand. Access to overseas markets is critical, not only for our export of produce and underpinning domestic industries, but also for sourcing our inputs, technology and capital equipment that we require. These trade transfers are really paramount for business efficiencies across our sectors. The free trade agreement negotiations to date have generated welcome new and enhanced trade flows for our industry, and that have been realised by not only addressing economic market access issues, but also working behind the scenes on border technical barriers, and also establishing and strengthening formal consultative processes as well. In pursuing bilateral trade deals, the red meat industry believes FTAs must be comprehensive, WTO consistent, secure free access for Australian red meat without perpetual quotas, tariffs and safeguards, and deliver outcomes in the shortest possible timeframes. And we believe to date Australia's free trade agreement record and report card on this has delivered. The Australian red meat industry is highly supportive of the continuity of a three-pronged multilateral, bilateral and regional approach to our trade negotiations, as well as ongoing review and upgrading of completed agreements in order to ensure all potential benefits are realised. So we look forward to continuing to work collaboratively and closely with government, departments and industries to continue realising positive free trade agreements for the Australian red meat sector. I would like to now quickly pass to one of my colleagues, Sam Munsey, who is going to make a brief statement, and then after that time we'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you. If we can keep the statements very brief. As I said, we've got the full submission. We've gone through it. So just keep it extremely brief in terms of keep up to time with our time frame. And apologies we started late. We had a couple of witnesses that turned up late. So we will go over the time that we've been allocated, if that's okay with you guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In that case, I might just very much condense it down. It might be useful for the committee just to understand each of us and where our respective bodies. So, as mentioned, I'm from the Australian Meat Industry Council, and we are the peak industry body representing over 2,000 post-farm gate red meat businesses. So, AMIC members include meat processors, small good manufacturers, boning rooms, cold stores, wholesalers and distributors, through to the exporters and the independent retail butchers within the country. The post-farm gate meat industry employs around 120,000 people directly and indirectly, and obviously is quite often the single biggest employer in regional areas, underpinning the vitality and sustainable of our agricultural regions. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We might kick off with the Deputy Chair, who's got a few questions, Mr. Bushholt.
Thank you very much for the effort that each of you have contributed to the inquiry today. Sam, can I just start with you, and particularly around the meatworks, and in understanding where the future opportunities are in the red meat sector, can we just unpack what it looks like when one of our trading partners, China, effectively ceased trading with a number of meatwork outlets, and I think there's still two still out at the moment. Where did that product that would have traditionally gone into China end up? Was it on the back of existing free trade agreements that we had? Were they new markets? Can you, for the benefit of Hansard, share with the committee where you think that product went, and if there's any future ongoing benefits for Australia in those markets?
Yes, certainly. So it's probably important to start by noting that through a lot of hard work over a lot of years by industry in an investment in production systems and co-development of regulatory systems with government departments and negotiations overseas, the result is the Australian red meat industry has quite expansive and good technical market access to a range of countries. As Susan noted at the opening, we export to well over 100 markets around the world. And while obviously there's a concentration of trade to some of those key markets, the fact of the matter is we are quite diversified as an industry already, and that's across both the, particularly the beef space, but sheep meat as well. So certainly while there were some issues for a number of red meat establishments in trading to China over the last few years, at one stage it was 10 plants that were suspended. 8 of those are now back in. You were correct in saying that there are 2 that are still currently suspended.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that many of those plants had other customers around the world, and I think what we saw is that there has been definitely a shift to make sure that those customers in markets around the world continue to get that meat, and there were other people willing to kind of take that product. It's important to note that the ongoing profitability of our sector and our meat processors in particular relies on the ability to sell every aspect of the carcass that you can. So there's a lot of markets that will take products and cuts that are perhaps not popular domestically or not popular in certain countries but are in others. And that kind of increases the importance of various markets to make sure that we call it carcass balance and maximising the value for every animal that we slaughter and we produce.
Are we, as a nation, working to capacity? Is there some legal action afoot by global interests challenging the market supply of our meatworks, given that the price disparity between what's in the US and what we're receiving at the moment? I was led to believe that there was some action being taken in the federal court around limiting supply out of Australia against JBS&Ts.
I'm not aware of that, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I just go to is it Bonnie with the sheep in the background? Welcome, Bonnie. I don't have your name on...
Skinner.
Miss
Skinner.
Whereabouts are you? Are you on eastern or western seaboard?
East Coast, actually, yes.
Lovely. Yeah. Can you just give us a line of sight as to what the industry looks like on the west coast in the light of, whilst this committee's interest is to grow free trade, I mean, clearly the opposite is happening with our Middle Eastern clients at the moment. What effect is that going to have on the industry?
Yeah, so I'd say just to start that our industry broadly recognises the importance of meeting different and diverse preferences and requirements that exist in our international markets. So that's why to cater these needs that we provide a range of different products to the global market, including chilled frozen meat, but also live sheep. That allows us the ability and the flexibility to meet cultural, religious and also infrastructure requirements of those markets. So it's of great significance to us. The sheep industry on the West Coast has certainly been very challenged in the last 18 months, and a lot of that has to do with certainly the market pressures, the announcement of the government's intention to and policy to phase out live sheep export trade, as well as seasonal challenges over there as well. And what's critical in the West is the maintenance of the critical mass of the sheep industry there. That's really needed to maintain critical breeding flock numbers, but also maintain the domestic processing supply, as well as meet the international trade demand that's provided by the live sheep export markets. It would not be too far to say that certainly we're seeing some of the lowest confidence amongst producers that we've ever seen since we've been doing producer sentiment studies of producers in the West, who are very concerned about what their future looks like with the phase out of live sheep export markets. And a critical question there is how the government and Australia maintains its competition within the market in the West, which is challenged by its geographical isolation in Australia. So we're certainly seeing that processing capacity over there it tends to be at its limits. We've had challenges with export of sheep meat products with limits in the air freight capacity out of the West. So getting product to markets is of concern. And I'd say our producers are struggling to understand how we're going to meet those long-standing challenges in the West with the government's proposed implementation plan and approach.
Any concerns on the east from a supply? Sorry, did someone?
Just wondering if I'm able to make a comment there, Scott Compton,
Sure.
From the Australian Livestock Exporters Council. I'd just like to say that I think when it comes to a red meat and livestock industry and trade perspective, there's a false dichotomy being painted here. So when we're talking about increasing market access for red meat and livestock, that is something that the government should be pursuing as a business as usual activity. So when the red meat sector gains additional market access, we as the livestock exporters are more than happy for them, and we think that is a good thing, and we absolutely support that. So what's been disappointing during this whole phase out debate is that there's been an attempt almost to try and play off livestock exports against red meat, and that's certainly not how we work together in the industry. Everybody on this in this hearing wants to see each other and their industries do well. I think it's also important to note that one doesn't come at the expense of the other. And so what we should be trying to do is increase trade flows and market access for the whole sector, not one at the expense of another.
Well, John?
Thank you. Anything further?
No.
I will just hand over to Senator Polly.
Thanks very much. We've had from a variety of witnesses over the course of this inquiry raising issues about, when it comes to the free trade agreement, the non-tariff barriers. And I know it was mentioned in some of your submissions. I was just wondering if you could just elaborate on the concerns in relation to non-tariffs.
Yeah, certainly I might start if that's all right with my colleagues. So as you would have heard from probably other agricultural industry witnesses, free trade agreements are half of the equation. The reduction of tariffs are great, but particularly when it comes to biosecurity and trading over international borders, agricultural products, the technical market access is the term we tend to refer to it as, is integral in ensuring you actually have the permissions and protocols in place to be able to trade the products into those countries. As I mentioned earlier, from a meat perspective, we have pretty significant access to a lot of markets. So whereas I know perhaps some other industries are really focused on looking to expand that and open new markets and be able to sell their product into countries that they currently aren't able to. On the whole, a lot of work that we do very closely with the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry in particular is in that technical market access space to make it's more of a maintenance exercise to make sure that those markets stay open. The best way to probably frame it is that anytime there's a change in any of those trading partners in terms of their food safety requirements, their own meat production requirements, that translates into a change in what they expect from countries importing into their market. So there's a bit of work there that goes for industry, goes for government to make sure that our systems are recognised and we can continue to have those doors open. And in particular, there's been a lot of work across our major markets to do that, to have acceptance of the Australian trade system so that we can continue trading. And so I suppose that's probably why it's been a theme for a lot of the witnesses, because it is a very integral part. And certainly the reason that we're able to export 70 to 80% of our meat production in Australia is because that we have a lot of those markets open to facilitate that trade.
Thank you. Yes. Senator Polly.
Yes. The previous witnesses were representing Korean businesses. And obviously we are aware that our beef goes into Korea. What's the market, the size of the market, and are we sending any other red meats?
Certainly. So from a meat perspective, Korea is in one of our top 4 markets for beef. I'm just quickly looking at some statistics. It represents 17.5% of our beef exports in 2023. Just to quickly note that the top four, so that being US, China, Japan and Korea, almost account for 78% of Australian trade in 2023, so they make up the vast majority of the beef trade. When it comes to sheep meats, it's just 4.7, slightly under 5% there for Korea.
Can I just ask, does anyone understand why we're not actually exporting more lamb? Is it just their preferences for beef?
Yeah, certainly. I've been to a couple of events with the Australian Korean Business Council, and lamb is a growth category, but there's a familiarisation within Korea with beef. They have their own very high quality beef that's quite well renowned, and it's quite common in a lot of the cuisines that are eaten there. It is growing. 5% is growing year on year and expanding. It's just a matter as well, I suppose, that the Australian meat exporters and traders play in a global context. So there's competition within our markets for who wants our finite supply, and so there's commercial factors, obviously, in price and demand that come into that as well, that will ultimately determine where our trade flows go.
Sorry,
very funny.
And I just add as well, lamb's, it's not part of the traditional diet of Korean diets. So it has been growing, as Sam says. Lamb's typically consumed in restaurants rather than at home. And so there's work for us to do around familiarisation of the product, as Sam talks about. It's definitely got a strong association as having a really high nutritional value as well as a good taste. So it's certainly an area of interest for the industry as well.
Can I ask
Senator Polly?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Sorry, Senator Polly, it's Katie Davies here from the Goat Industry Council. We actually export 25% of our product into Korea. They're our second biggest market. And last year we exported 33,000 or nearly 34,000 tonnes globally. And just for context there, the Australian goat meat industry only produces 4% of the global quantum, but we actually export 35% of the world product that's consumed outside of Australia.
Fantastic. The other question I was going to ask is, obviously there's a lot of knowledge around free trade agreements within the agriculture sector, but are there things that we can do better? Are there things that aren't working as far as Austrade and DFAT are concerned for your sector?
I'll start off there, Senator Polly, if that's okay. The goat industry have actually been excluded from FDA negotiations in previous settings. We just haven't been on the radar. Discussions have commenced and we haven't been notified. So for an industry that is producing, we are the biggest exporter of goat meat in the global community, and to be excluded from FDA agreements in India was, huge. For the goat industry, we're going to hit 3 million head this year in processing. We were up 56 million on the previous year in production dollar value. So that's what's failing for some sectors of the industry for us. We work very closely with our supply chain partners when it comes to technical barriers for current export markets, but to be excluded from FDA discussions is as the only red meat that has no religious cultural issues. That was very, very disheartening to see that the government had excluded a sector.
Can I ask, what's your view as to why that happened? It just seems to be extraordinary that a sector like yours wasn't included. So have you had any dialogue with Austrade through DFAT, direct to the government?
We have had not the external conversation, the internal conversations we've had. We're trying to work away quietly in the background, but as the size of our industry grows, we are an industry that is still burgeoning, but on an exponential trajectory for growth, and that is a failing that we'll take on ourselves. But we would just assume that DFAT would include goat meat in any conversations, especially into India with their cultural barriers around some of the export limitations. But in saying that, going back to Sam's comments earlier, that we work as collective, and also to Scott's point that the Red Meat Export Collective of Australia is the main focus, but just wanted for your information to know that goats were excluded from the India FTA negotiation. And we also had to fight for the EU and Brexit back in the day, and had to fight very hard to get into that conversation as well.
I find that extraordinary, but I do appreciate the evidence. That's fantastic. In terms
sorry, can I just make a quick point here as well? I think this committee and this inquiry is dealing with utilisation, I suppose, of FTAs and the approach to FTAs. But I think it's just very important to reiterate the point that the trading relationship between countries is a much bigger relationship, and there are many more activities and negotiations that take place on a regular basis that are outside of an FTA. And so for the livestock export sector in particular, similar to Sam's point, we have a lot of negotiations typically through our Department of Agriculture on issues like animal health status and those sorts of issues on market access, because countries that are importing livestock obviously want to make sure that they're not importing diseases or anything else that might interfere in their, domestically for them. So I think whilst the activities of Austrade and DFAT in a trade negotiation sense are important, they're not the be-all and end-all, and in fact they're not even the majority of the negotiations that take place at a government-to-government level. And then there's a whole range of other negotiations that take place between businesses on a commercial scale to make the trade happen. So I think it's worth bearing in mind that trade agreements only form a very small part of a successful trading relationship with another country.
But they are an important cog in that wheel, and I think that's, this is the evidence that we need on the record. And if anyone else wants to contribute to my original question, I really appreciate that. But, this is the opportunity to put on the public record the concerns, the things that work well and the things that aren't working well. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Certainly, if I may, I'll just quickly provide a bit more context around the India agreement and goat, because Katie's right, that was left out of the ECTA agreement. Sheep meat got a fantastic outcome in that agreement, which was characterised as an early harvest agreement with India. And as you'd be aware, the CECA negotiations for the broader FTA are currently ongoing, and I think negotiators are meeting with their counterparts this week. We've been very clear that we would expect goat meat access to receive that treatment that sheep meat got through that broader India agreement, given it was left out of that early harvest agreement. But going to your initial question, it's probably important to highlight that the red meat industry in particular and the livestock industries do some very close collaboration with DFAT throughout negotiations. We find we have relatively solid access to negotiators and information as negotiations are ongoing, particularly when it comes to the crunch time, right at the end of FTAs. There's been many examples of some of our bigger FTAs where we've had delegates in market, so negotiators can come straight out of the room and test what's on the table with our teams. Particularly in the EU FTA, that was a critical point for us in that what was on the table for the final bits of the negotiation last year around that came with a lot of strings and conditions which would effectively act as non-tariff barriers within the free trade agreement, which were really problematic for our industry, and we were able to provide that advice very strongly to government in that respect. I'll also note that on the whole, while we are relatively well consulted, there is probably an occasion I can point to recently where that wasn't the case in the context of the UAE FTA, where in this case we were kind of, as you know, this has recently been concluded and the text has been made available, and there's some text in there regarding animal welfare, which industry wasn't aware was on the negotiating table and was to be included in that FTA. And particularly we understand it was an Australian ask, and we would expect under normal circumstances that the Australian livestock industries would be consulted on that before it was put forward by Australian negotiators. So while now we've seen the text, it's probably something we can work with. There was perhaps a lapse in process in that particular instance that was not our usual experience, and one that we have some residual concerns regarding.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
And can I pick up on that point as well, please?
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if I can add a quick point to that.
One quick point, and then we'll go to Dr. Gillespie's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The animal welfare reference included in that agreement, we're still struggling to understand what the purpose of that is and why. So if we're talking about FTA negotiations, we should be thinking about things that are going to facilitate or enhance trade. I'm not really too sure how the inclusion of that chapter does anything in that regard. And I just make the point that there are lots of other forums where Australia can pursue these issues. We're a very active member of the World Organisation for Animal Health. Until recently, the former Chief Veterinary Officer of Australia was the President of the World Organisation for Animal Health. So we are very active in trying to enhance global standards on animal welfare. And I just think that there's a broader point here about sometimes trying to expand the scope of FTAs into policy areas where it's not the right tool, and if done poorly or with little consideration for flow-on effects, then it can actually have negative impacts on trade elsewhere.
Thank you. Dr. Gillespie,
Yeah.
you've been waiting very patiently.
Yeah, thanks very much. I've got a question for Bonnie Skinner. Has the live sheep export ban already deleteriously affected the East Coast and regular internal sheep market and prices?
So that's one of the concerns that we've raised through the consultation on that policy last year and this year as well, is just around the flow-on effects that could flow from the impacts of now. The trade is still in place until 2028, or as such time as any decision is made to change that. But where we see the reliance of the East Coast on West Coast is really around the reservoir of that sheep block in the West as an important source of breeding stock, particularly following destocking and drought. What we're concerned about is, I suppose, the movement of any sheep from west to east and what impact that might have on prices across the board. It's certainly concerns that our producers on the East Coast have raised with us in a number of forums. New South Wales Farmers has given evidence at a recent inquiry that's being held in New South Wales around the economic impacts of the phase out of the trade. So there's certainly some economic analysis that's come out of New South Wales to sort of support those claims, which I would be happy to provide on notice if that's of interest to the committee. So whilst we're not seeing, I would say, en masse those impacts on the market yet, those are some of the projections that we're working on as industry to consolidate what those impacts might be going forward, particularly given the flow of sheep that's been coming out of the West in terms of the destocking efforts around the recent dry conditions and the concerns around not being to offload those sheep in the future to a live sheep export market.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just to follow up.
Question by Mr. Gillespie, and then we'll call it.
Yeah, is there you said in the West there's a barrier, as in not enough capacity to export chilled lamb over there. Is that the same on the East Coast, or is most of our lamb consumed here in the East?
Yeah, this is where there's really there's got to be a lot of caution that's got to be taken when we're comparing what happens in the West to the East. You've got to consider the density of processing plants and the availability of export supply chains in terms of air freight when it comes to the East Coast. In the West, that's not quite the same. There's a limited amount of processors there that do have, at times, capacity issues. And certainly the feedback from our producers at certain times of the year is that they cannot get their lambs booked into those processing plants when they need. And I obviously would defer to my colleague, Sam, to provide any additional comment on that. That's part of the reason why that we gave evidence earlier in the year, last year, to the inquiry around the Qatar Airlines access to Australia, because we were hearing that the air freight access for chilled carcasses, chilled sheep meat products was being bumped due to the lack of capacity that exists there. And the way that air freight market has not rebounded in the West following COVID. So we had producers telling us and truckies that they weren't able to get their sheep loaded to the abattoir that day because their air freight had been bumped back. So those things are already of concern to the industry, let alone the pressure that then gets put on top of the sheep industry with the shutdown of a trade that provides a really vital outlet for the selling of certain classes of sheep. And it's a really important relief valve for the sheep producers in the West.
Okay, thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of our evidence. Thank you for appearing today before the committee with very valuable information. If there's anything that you've been asked to provide, please provide that additional information. Or if there's anything else you want to provide to the committee, please do so by the 20th of December. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence today, and you'll have the opportunity to request any corrections if you feel there's errors been made to the transcription errors. On that note, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now welcome the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you. Please take a seat. Thank you for appearing today before our committee. Just for the Hansard record, if you could state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Chris Barnes, I'm the Head of Business Development and International Affairs at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Welcome, Mr. Barnes.
And Lachlan Smith, Deputy Director for Trade and International Affairs at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Welcome, Mr. Smith. I'll now just have to make a short statement, and this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you to make a very short opening statement of no more than 2 to 3 minutes. Before we proceed to discussion, please take into account that we've got the evidence, we've got your submission, we've all read it and we've looked at it. So we want to open up to a discussion more so than hearing what we've already read, if that makes any sense.
Terrific.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Well, I'll keep it very brief. So first of all, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry fully supports free trade, open markets and the rules-based international trading system. And we are fully supportive of the fact that Australia has gone from one free trade agreement at the beginning of the century to now 19. We work very closely with our negotiators on these free trade agreements, but negotiating an agreement is only one part. It's the implementation of those agreements that is very important. So we have a network of over 50 advisors around Australia that every day support Australian exporters on how to navigate their way through these 19 agreements in order to take advantage of them. Basically, they help exporters get goods across the border. We also conduct an annual trade survey amongst our membership to gain insights into trade issues, and the 2024 trade survey will be released shortly, but today I can share some of those insights with you as they relate to the terms of reference of the inquiry. But I just want to make 2 points before answering questions. Firstly, business strongly supports these free trade agreements. They are very important, but having 19 agreements with 19 different rules, 19 different requirements for documentation, it can become very confusing. So certainly we are working with the negotiators, not just on new agreements, but also reviews of existing agreements to try and find some way of harmonising those arrangements. Now, it's difficult because you're dealing with 2 different countries, 2 different systems.
Different regulations.
But we're still working towards that. Secondly, some good news is that in this year's 2024 AccuTrade survey, when we questioned international competitiveness of Australian business, the second highest response was actually Australian exporters having access to these free trade agreements is seen as an advantage.
Yeah.
So that's very good. We think that one of the reasons why this has been so prominent this year is that exporters are looking for market diversification. So they're shopping around for these various trade agreements to try and find preferential market access. So with those two comments, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the great work that you do for your members and for the business community in Australia, enhancing their opportunities that exist by bringing them together, hearing what their needs and wants are, and then acting on it. So thank you for that. Our inquiry is about enhancing the free trade agreements through smaller to medium-sized businesses, and one of the things that this morning, for example, we had the Korean Business Association in giving us evidence, is that many smaller to medium-sized businesses don't have the same opportunities that your big companies have. For example, we heard just a couple of witnesses before you, Korea, mainly Korea and Australia, they concentrate us sending coal and iron ore over, they send manufactured cars and things back over, and that's about the level of discussion, because there's a it's $1 billion industry for both. It's very beneficial. But the smaller industries where we've got for example, a large Korean diaspora, all in small business, are missing opportunities where we could use their benefits, their skills, their knowledge of Korea to be able to export things. And I suppose same with your membership, we'd have small, medium-sized enterprises that perhaps are already doing business exporting, and they've done it all on the back of their own hard work. And instead of feeding in with our Austrades and with our DFATs, we're missing out on opportunities that they could be enhancing their business, but also Austrade on the knowledge that they have because they're already doing that business. And that's what we want to flesh out a bit. And if there's anything you can add to that in terms of how we can enhance that, giving those businesses the same opportunities, or giving them opportunities through their know-how and through Austrade to be able to go that next step for those smaller businesses.
Well, Chair, I mean, that's exactly what our team of 54 advisors does every day, primarily assisting companies of all different sizes. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry represents over 400,000 companies across Australia. So we represent from very small companies through to large corporates, and that's precisely what our team is doing every day, is assisting new exporters, but also existing exporters in taking advantage of these agreements.
And you find our agencies are linking into them to assist them, and vice versa, to learn from them. In terms of, for example, there's a free trade agreement negotiation that took place, it's currently not taking place at the moment, but we'll restart with the EU. We'd have many of your members that are already doing business with EU countries. How do we feed into them and find out what's benefited their business, how they've been able to navigate their way through? What are the intricate details that perhaps a big agency might be missing?
Well, we work very closely and very collaboratively with both DFAT and with Austrade. I know that two of our state chambers actually have trade start advisors and trade start arrangements, and that's, for them, is very successful. So that's one example. In terms of the what I can share with you today regarding the EU FTA is we've actually surveyed our members in terms of support for that agreement, and 70% of our members do support an agreement with the EU.
Excellent. And my other question is, you know that Australia now has 18 or 15 free trade agreements across 30 different economies. To your knowledge, how do exporters or potential exporters go about identifying which of Australia's FTAs may provide them with the greatest opportunities? You spoke about, you know, shopping
shopping around. Obviously, the more free trade agreements we have, the more likelihood that you can find your niche market. So how do they navigate that now?
Well, there's two ways to do it. First of all, I have to put in an acknowledgement for the FTA portal, which DFAT has on its website. It's an excellent resource, and if I can just say that we find that invaluable in terms of providing that advice to clients. And secondly, that is precisely the role that our export documentation advisors are providing to clients who come to them and say, we would like to export widgets to wherever, and then our advisors will sit down and work through the options, because for some countries there can be multiple agreements.
Just ask, they'd work through the FTA agreements we have, or just options across the...
They'll work through the FTA agreements. Yeah. But they do have expertise, and I go back to my original point. Ultimately, the objective is about getting goods across the border in the most efficient and effective way possible. So we issue certificates of origin under preferential agreements, but we also issue certificates of origin under the International Chamber of Commerce scheme for non-preferential.
So it's for non-FTA agreements.
So you're not claiming a preferential tariff. And so our team has the knowledge of navigating their way through these various agreements and providing advice to the clients on the best approach to take.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Good line of questioning. Can I firstly commend you on your enthusiasm to try and harmonise the 19 different administrative process through the countries with the FTA. I think that's a very sound base to start from. I've not asked this question of any people who have given evidence to us before. So, on the back of what the Chair's line of questioning was around, European Union, and whilst we don't have the FTA in place, there is still stuff going across the border. Do you have a sense of who we would be trading with the most that we don't have an FTA with? You know what I mean? We know the Indians. No, not just the EU, but any nation. We know the 19 countries that we've got in place, but it's nearly like reverse engineering the question is what's the next frontier for us? And maybe if there was data directing us that whatever the country might be, but I'm just interested if that knowledge is at your fingertips.
It's not. My understanding is that once the EU FTA if it did come in, it would cover by far and away the largest number of exports for Australia. But I make this point. If you're looking for where the next frontier is, it's actually going back and looking at some of the older agreements and making sure that when they come up for review, that we make sure that we can try and use that as an opportunity for harmonisation to streamline those processes.
Mm-hmm. That'll create an efficiency at the bureaucracy level. What will it do to enhance trade volumes?
Well, it may mean that exporters will be far more likely to utilise those agreements. So there may be exporters out there at the moment that are not utilising particular agreements because they find them too administratively difficult.
Can I just go to your comment there where you said 70% of your members supported an FTA with the EU? I was of the opinion that the EU FTA didn't have much support at all and that it was quite protectionistic and that Australian businesses were happy not to sign up with it. So is there a small nuance there that I missed? Because I have two competing narratives.
Yeah. Well, certainly from our point of view, that we think that the decision that the Trade Minister made was the correct decision. We did have some concerns with what was being proposed, but in terms of the business community that we have surveyed, they have told us that they, in principle, do support an FTA with the EU, but obviously they're subject to a proper outcome for Australian business. So it's not inconsistent. There's a lot of support, but the EU has got to come back with a better offer.
Yeah. So happy to get that, just not that deal.
Yeah.
Not that down.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Senator Polly.
Well, I have to say, when I was over in the UAE, the Australian business community at that time were very much of the view that we had to do everything we could to get that agreement signed. So that was our experience when we were there. Yeah. We were both there together at the time. But what I was going to ask is, obviously, all the work that you do is fantastic for the business community. But if I'm a non-speaking English and I'm a Korean, for instance, because they were here this morning, do you actually have the capacity to translate the information in relation to the FTAs? Do you have clients who come to you and they want you to translate the terms and conditions?
Can I just add 2 points that it's really important, because what we've found is that there's many businesses that are already doing business exporting, importing, who have great contacts within those nations because it's their mother country where they came from. And that's where I think that's where that question's coming from.
Yeah.
But no one.
I'm not sure about the Korean, but what I can say to you is that one of our very long-standing members is the Australian Arab Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Yeah, very big.
And they issue export documentation on our behalf, and they certainly have the capacity they have the familiarity with the market, and they have the capacity, and we work very closely with them.
It makes a big difference, I would suggest, in terms of the benefits coming from that. So just important for us, because I think it's really important, and we've picked it up from other witnesses throughout this inquiry, that the language barrier, that we're only providing documents in English, I think is fundamentally a real concern for me.
Well, we have a very diverse group in our 54 staff around Australia. I haven't actually done a survey of languages, but we can certainly.
Chamber, are there other similar groups that feed into you guys?
We certainly work closely with other bilateral.
Chinese chamber.
Well, we work closely with other bilateral chambers, but we have a very strong institutional
our chambers here. So what we have is, for example, I've got an Italian Chamber of Commerce in South Australia. Italian business people, Australians, obviously. But
in terms of an issuing chamber, it's only the Australia Arab Chamber.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to raise with you, because it's been raised in this inquiry, but also just in terms of my own community, and that is the cost for Australian companies who are smaller but mostly exporting overseas to actually attend these trade shows and fairs that are on. Is that reflected by any of your, I would suggest, medium and smaller size companies?
That's a question that you would probably have to ask some of our trade teams in the state chambers that are providing this service. We don't provide that service at ACCI in Canberra, but that's a question perhaps for them.
It was interesting because the comments were made in giving evidence this morning that free trade agreements are fantastic, but it's not the only level of trade and business that's happening. So, and obviously you're a big organisation. So can you give us any recommendations on things that can be improved so that there are access of information for the medium-sized companies and smaller companies as far as free trade agreements are concerned?
Well, from our point of view, what we do is we monitor what's going on very, very closely, and we make sure that we disseminate that information to all of our members virtually in real time, and make sure that as many people are alerted to that as possible.
You've obviously, your evidence has been very supportive of free trade agreements and value that adds to the Australian economy, both at a local level, a social level, as much as economic level. Are there things that you could recommend that we could be doing better? Are there any areas that, and the only way things are ever going to change is if people are prepared to, put some of this on the record. So the opportunity for us in our report to make recommendations what are the key recommendations to actually improve what DFAT do as far as trade's concerned and Austrade?
Well, I think I've already pointed out two areas that I think are very important.
Yes.
One is working on that harmonisation. I think that's incredibly important to harmonise the various rules and documents. And also in terms of, you've already identified providing the opportunity for small business. That's something that we do all day, every day, that's an area that we would identify as being an area that needs some attention.
You did mention the free trade agreement portal that you access. If you don't speak English, though, that's it's not as helpful to those communities as what it is for a large organisation, or for you if you speak English. So is there anything that, from your experience, that could be added to the portal that would make it more accessible for smaller and medium-sized businesses?
I would leave that to DFAT as it's their product, but we think that it's an excellent tool, and we find it invaluable.
Thank you, Chair.
Just going back to the harmonisation, which I think would streamline everything and make it much easier. Obviously, with different countries that we negotiate with, there's different regulations in their country, different products that require different regulations. Is there any, you wouldn't be able to give us a bit of an idea of what discussions have been made about harmonisation? Is it something that the departments and Austrade are taking seriously to?
We have ongoing discussions with
yeah.
with DFAT. You've already identified the key issue, and that is that these are treaties between two different countries, often with two different systems, and it's a difficult process. But it doesn't mean that we don't try.
But we could at least harmonise our own requirements from our side, which would make it easier. It's 50% of the job done, I suppose. that would assist our smaller businesses if we had a harmonised system from what's required from us. When I say us, the agencies and the departments to sign that free trade agreement, or what you must, particular standards that you've got to come up to, etc.
We've been very public in our support for trade simplification, and so any measures that are put in place to simplify trade for Australian business, we will support.
Deputy Chair.
All good.
All good. Senator Polly.
No, I think that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for appearing today. Really appreciate it. If there's anything else that you feel that perhaps you forgot to tell us, or you may come up with an idea later on and think, gee, I should have raised that, feel free to do so. And vice versa, if we've got anything that we may think of, we'll contact you again. Thank you once again on behalf of our committee for the great work that you do and for appearing before us. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript and your evidence, and you'll also have an opportunity to rectify any errors that you may feel have been made in the transcription errors. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
And we now...
Well done, thank you. And good luck with your endeavours.
Thank you.
Very noble.
We'll now dismiss for a period of...
30 minutes.
30 minutes, at 10 to 1 we will resume at 12:50.
You won't be here?
I won't be here.
Okay, so just Dave and I.
Yeah.
We need a resolution that we're right to go.
You just don't bring...
Dr. Gillespie's back.
Terrific. I now welcome, sorry, I'll make sure that Hansard's going. I now welcome Australian Organic Limited. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? I'll start with yourself, Mrs. Bryan.
Jackie Bryan, and I'm the CEO of Australian Organic Limited.
Excellent. And Ms. Peterson?
Josephine Peterson. I'm the Operations and Technical Manager here at Australian Organic Limited.
Thank you and welcome and thank you for appearing before the committee. This hearing is a legal proceeding of Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and it attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite you to make a very short statement of no more than a couple of minutes and then we'll proceed to an open discussion. Over to you, Mrs. Bryan or Ms. Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Bryan and I am appearing on behalf of Australian Organic Limited in my capacity as CEO, and I'm joined today by Josephine Peterson, who is our Operation and Technical Manager. I'd like to thank the committee for the invitation to appear today to discuss how Australia's free trade agreements can be better utilised by the organic industry in Australia with some improvements to our regulatory settings and support mechanisms. As highlighted in our submission, there's a significant opportunity for the Australian organic industry to export. We currently have 53 million hectares of organic farming land in Australia, which is more land under organic production than any other country in the world. This represents about 12.5% of all agricultural land in Australia and approximately 60% of organic land worldwide. Locally, within Australia, the industry is worth approximately $2.6 billion, and there's about 3,000 operators and 22,000 full-time workers at any given point in time. Globally, the opportunity is very significant for the organic market. It's about a $300 billion opportunity, with Australia having just 1% of that today. We have identified 3 key areas that would help improve utilisation of free trade agreements for organic operators in Australia. The first is to update the domestic regulatory framework. The lack of domestic regulation for the organic industry in Australia today currently is a barrier for equivalence with trading partners, in fact our largest trading partners such as the US and Korea. The second area of opportunity improvement would be to ensure that organic products and their requirements are considered concurrently when free trade agreements are being established. And then the third area of opportunity is to implement a continual revision program for the Manual of Importing Country Requirements, or MyCore organic page, to ensure that that's regularly updated to include comprehensive information on organic markets and opportunities arising from free trade agreements as they become available. Of the 5 countries Australia currently has full or partial equivalency with for organic products, only 2, Japan and Korea, also have free trade agreements. And of the countries that we have free trade agreements with, the organic industry is only able to partially utilise the benefits of those, with markets like United States and Korea not having equivalent recognition of Australian organic standards without domestic regulation in place. So this sees Australian operators not able to take full advantage of those free trade agreements. Updating the domestic regulatory framework to include a definition for the term organic for sale of certified organic products within Australia would close those non-trade barriers that exist specifically for countries like the United States and Korea, opening up equivalency for Australian operators and significantly opening up the market opportunity. The second issue that I touched on in terms of free trade agreement negotiations not often including the organic industry at the outset, improvements to that would also make a significant improvement in opening up the opportunity. There have been instances where side letters have been included in free trade agreements, such as India and Peru, but they're usually added as afterthoughts and the benefits of those take many years to be realised. There are many free trade agreements that don't have provisions for organic operators included in them at all at the outset. And then finally, the third opportunity I identified around continuous updating of Manual of Importing Country Requirements, or the MyCore page. It's currently limited to those countries that we have equivalency agreements with. So that means that currently there are only 2 countries that are actually highlighted on that My Core Organic site. So having comprehensive and regularly updated information available there for organic operators on countries where we have free trade agreements would remove some of the barriers, particularly for small operators to understand how to access opportunities. So as I mentioned up front, there's significant opportunity for the Australian organic industry to be a bigger part of the export market. However, there are barriers that exist today and we're stunting that opportunity, and the industry wants to work with government and departments to reduce those barriers. Thank you for listening, and now happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I might just kick off the organic products. Doesn't actually have, you were saying in your submission, a definition under our Australian rules, regulations, etc. And I suppose the question is, mainly for the benefit of the community, what are the current requirements to claim you're organic in Australia?
Within Australia, as I said, there's no definition. So according to the ACCC and the information posted on their website,
requirements?
There's no requirements.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how does that impact an organic product when you're trying to market it overseas?
Overseas countries, particularly our biggest trading partners, have strict requirements around the use of the word organic. And without those same requirements in Australia, for example, the US have unequivocally stated that they won't entertain an equivalency agreement for organics with Australia until we have that legal definition in place domestically.
So currently we've got no export products claiming to be organic overseas?
We do have...
how do we get around it in those countries?
The way that we get around it today is that certified organic operators in Australia then have to recertify every component of their product to each of the international country standards.
That we're exporting to.
That's right. So it puts significant layers of complexity and cost in place.
Sorry, Jackie, just to clarify, for
Peterson.
the committee purposes, yes, under the ACCC we have got two definitions of organic. You've got the organic claims, where the product can have 2% or less ingredients and still have organic claims. And then you've got the certified organic claim, where that needs to be substantiated by certification. So to clarify, organic is mentioned within the Export Control Act, and it is regulated from an export perspective. All the certification bodies have to issue organic produce certificates for exported organic product, and in international markets you will see that certified organic product, and it is up to organic certification standards and recognised. However, from a domestic perspective, the lack of regulation for organic claims domestically, in line with what Ms Bryan has mentioned from feedback from the US. This is also echoed by South Korea. They do not want to enter into an equivalency negotiation with us, given this lack of domestic regulation and no control over potential organic imports into the country, as organic is only regulated for export.
So if I just clarify this in my head, we do have export regulations for export from an export perspective, but not domestically, correct? So if we want to export something that we want to claim is organic, we have to adhere to certain rules that are for export products here in Australia, correct?
Correct, yes. It is mentioned within the Export Control Act and controlled through the Organic Exports team.
What we're hearing is that if we had regulations domestically, those regulations, call them hurdles, boxes that we have to tick, would be overcome, cutting the regulatory system.
Yes, if we had domestic regulation, then our biggest trading partners would be up for having equivalency discussions with us, and it would remove significant layers of cost and complexity.
So it would make it easier to export.
Correct.
Are there any markets, off the top of your head, where we've got a product that they would like to have but will not take it because we don't have domestic regulations? Have we found any brick walls anywhere where this is happening? If you can give us an example.
Sure, I'll pass to you, Josephine.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Definitely. So when we look at the current free trade agreements where the national standard, which is our export standard, is recognised by some countries, Singapore is the only country that recognises the national standard as being suitable for importing country requirements. When we look at the other free trade agreements, the USA requires a direct recertification requirement on operators. So to export to the US, you are required to be USDA NOP certified and national standard for organic produce certified. The same happens for China. This is the lengthy and arduous cost. And when we talk certification for Chinese, it's between 10 and 30,000. The same for Korea with a biannual audit. Peru, there's no official recognition there. Yeah. And even for UK, given Brexit, it is still unclear and a grey area in regards to the current status of organic products going into the UK and which categories would be allowed as part of that FTA. So I'm happy to continue, but I guess it's painting the picture.
We've got the picture.
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. I might just hand over to Dr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just trying to, apologies for being a little tardy arriving, but are you saying that the Australian standard, which we insist on for export, is not accepted by, two things, is not accepted by many countries, and then the second thing is to get certification with these countries, it's really expensive and arduous. And is it our regulations are so out of left field? Are they harder or are they stricter? What's this? Have I got it right?
I'll pass to you to continue, Josephine.
Certainly. Organic produce cannot be traded just a base FTA agreement doesn't mean that you can trade organic produce. Obviously, all different countries have different statuses of organic regulatory systems. The more advanced ones, like the EU, the US, Canada, China, Korea, they have established regulatory systems where there are importing country requirements, where you either need to recertify to their standards and or there needs to be a government-to-government equivalency in place. Hence why within this opportunity for this submission, we have highlighted the need for the government to prioritise organic market access requirements as part of FTAs, as a lot of these FTAs aren't actually applicable to organic operators and do still require costly recertification procedures. And we can see the opportunity for operators, and the main feedback that we get from our members is the administrative burden in diversifying market access, given these recertification requirements, is very difficult for small, medium and even large businesses. And we'd like to ensure that there is a protocol in place going forward that organic is considered as part of FTA agreements, and happy to work with government on that.
Yeah, so I'm hearing, just so I'm clear, I'm hearing that most FTAs are just based about quotas and tariffs. This is about a different issue altogether, and it's a multiplicity of different organic standards that we have to comply with. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary.
Yeah. So what do you suggest we do? Tell DFAT to start a worldwide round of uniform organic standards, call it the Australian organic standard, or what should we do? Because we can only deal with so much.
Yeah.
This is sort of like inside a peculiar industry, not a peculiar industry, a peculiar standard, not a trade standard, but I mean, probably a non-trade tariff barrier, maybe is what I.
Yeah, I mean, it is a unique industry with, strict certification requirements, but it's also a very significant opportunity. Australia is working towards a $100 billion goal for agriculture by 2030, and the organic industry provides an opportunity to significantly contribute to that at the premium end, because organic, it's you may have missed at the beginning that it's a $300 billion opportunity globally, and Australia only has 1% of that at the moment. So to what to do about it, there's two particular asks. One is that when free trade agreements are being negotiated, that organic equivalency and organic requirements are a part of those free trade agreements up front. There are a couple, as I mentioned earlier, of free trade agreements where there have been side letters added, but those side letters then require significant negotiation after that. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, the other ask is we desperately need domestic regulation in Australia. So that same export standard that we referred to, the national standard, we need that regulated for domestic, and that will then allow us to have, or allow the government to have, equivalency negotiations with our biggest trading partners, so the US, South Korea, who've stated that that's a mandatory requirement before they will recognise Australian standards.
Right.
So they're the two big asks.
Do you know how you said you've got that 1% of, was it 3 billion? Is
300 billion.
300 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Of that 1%, what are the main product lines? Is there like an 80-20 rule there where 80% of it's going out as beef or?
I'll give you one example, then I'll pass to Josephine to give you the bigger picture. But the largest organic beef company in the world is Australian. It's a company called Hewitt, and they have 4 dedicated staff that are specifically dedicated to recertification in order for them to be able to access the US market. So that's just a really good example of how that extra layer of cost and complexity comes into play. But Josephine, I'll pass to you to give that bigger picture of the lay of the land.
Definitely. Our largest export is meat and livestock products, predominantly beef to the US. That's the current export market. And I guess in line with that industry, when you deconstruct a carcass, you want diversity of market options to ensure that you're getting the premium for those cuts. As you know, trim is the biggest market in the US, and then the Asian countries are often after the prime cuts. And so these businesses are looking for a diversified market access opportunity in order to be able to increase the potential return. After livestock, you've got great opportunities for wine. We have historically exported grain, and we know that there is a huge demand of organic grain coming from China, and opportunities there that aren't being seized at this stage, given the additional recertification requirements. If you look to our close neighbours, New Zealand, they are exporting monumental amounts of organic dairy to Southeast Asian and Chinese countries due to the opportunities that their government has opened up from a market access perspective. So organic is all categories, and there are opportunities within all sectors for this organic export product to be able to grow. But at this stage, the largest export commodity is livestock products.
Beef. Yeah, okay. So yes. Why do you think DFAT or whoever's, when they're putting these free trade agreements together, why do you think they overlook the organic sector? Is it because volumetric or the value? Why? Do you have a...
Josephine, do you want to take that one as well?
Definitely. So we understand that the government doesn't have the resources to go through all of the current FTAs and ensure that there is organic access. What we're proposing with the DFAT team is to strategically prioritise the ones that have the greatest opportunities for organic producers and work to ensure that we first and foremost have open access with these countries before being able to diversify other markets and ensure that they remain open. In regards to why historically the government haven't done this, I think that we as an organic industry could have been better placed to advocate for it, and we have been working hard to build a relationship with government. However, as discussed, we're keen to work with government moving forward to ensure that future FTAs consider the organic sector and provide us an opportunity to be part of those discussions in line with other sectors being given that opportunity, given the monumentous opportunities that exist for organic operators and non-organic operators potentially exploring organic markets in future.
What's the yield? What's the additional yield of being able to brand yourself organic? Because from a turnover perspective, i.e. Hewitt, if they weren't selling into the organic market, they'd be selling into the normal market. So how much what's the real number of the value of organics? What's that yield component, rather than telling me the wholesale, the turnover number?
On the Hewitt example, they actually produce both organic and non-organic as an example. But Josephine, do you want to take that one as well?
In regards to the organic premium, this differs between sector and also in terms of market competition. When it comes to livestock, I understand that producers get a premium of between 10 and 40% on carcasses when they sell into the organic value chains. And as described, it differs dependent on sector. But ultimately, if we're growing towards the $100 billion goal, we do know that there is a lot of organic product being exported under conventional terms at this stage, given the diversified market access, and ensuring that there are additional options for organic producers is a very facilitated avenue for government to ensure that export value is growing without the potential volume of export growing.
Do you have any more, mate?
Yeah. Organic beef, you said, is probably the biggest one. Who is the organic entity that does all this certification? Is it meat and livestock, or is it a special organic body?
Over to you again, Josephine.
Yeah, certainly. There are 5 certification bodies that are approved by the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. You have ACO Certification Limited, Southern Cross, Organic Food Chain, BDRI, and also NASA Certified Organic. So you've got 5 certification bodies that provide the certification requirements for industry to be able to export under the Export Control Act and the national standard at this stage.
Right.
Meat and Livestock Australia do not control this process.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Right, is there anything additional that you would like to add? I don't think we're going to have DFAT reappearing before us at the end. We've already spoken with them early in the piece, and I do hear what you're saying about the resistance to throw additional resources at chasing this up. Now, Ms. Brian, you said that there was a piece of legislation through the Senate. Do you just want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So, as we've highlighted a number of times, one of the big barriers for us opening up more export market is the lack of domestic regulation, and our biggest trading partners requiring that to have equivalency. Earlier this week, there was a private member's bill submitted to the Senate proposing domestic regulation for the organic industry in Australia, specifically focusing on 2 things. One was putting that legalised definition of the use of the term organic in place, which we know from markets like the US is incredibly important. And then the second element of that bill would be adopting the national export standard for domestic certification as well.
Yeah.
And if that was successful, then that would open the door to have that equivalency discussion with the USDA.
The equivalency, if America is the biggest market, is there any way that we can reverse engineer our equivalency to make it mirror image or look more like the Americas to reduce the path, or are we not interested in that? We're just asking them to change. I mean, just trying to think outside the boxes how we could streamline or find.
Josephine, do you want to talk to the similarities between our national standard and the US standards already?
Yeah, definitely. So all organic standards are quite similar. However, there are some larger changes between, say, the Australian standard and those from the Northern Hemisphere and colder climates where, the animals remain indoors for, up to 8 months during the winter. And so the standards are slightly different because the production nuances are slightly different. And so when we talk about an organic equivalency, what happens is that there's a side-by-side where we compare their standard and the allowances that they may have from an input and or animal welfare perspective, and they look at our standard, and there are agreements in terms of which potential categories are considered equivalent. For instance, at this stage, we don't have equivalency with the EU for livestock and wine within that equivalency. So whilst it may say that it's a government equivalency, it doesn't allow sort of our two major export commodities because this wasn't included as part of the original negotiations. And so having the same standard isn't necessarily required. It's just part of the equivalency that we have offered to assist government with progressing and streamlining and ensuring that they're well supported within that process. Like I said, it's more having the intent to ensure that the organic market access is reviewed and prioritised at a minimum secondary to the FTA going forward, especially for key markets like the US at this stage is the organic sector's highest hope.
New Zealand have just recently implemented domestic regulation for the organic sector.
Mm-hmm.
They were the second last OECD country to do so. Australia is the last. And they did that purely on the basis of a business case to access the US market. And they are now deep in equivalency negotiations with the US, so that should open up for them quite quickly. So that's kind of the roadmap that is clearly laid out for us if we're able to take a similar path.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. You've got a mountain of work in front of you, and we wish you well with it.
Thank you.
Any other final questions before we...
No, it's just impressive, the stats you've summarised for us, that Australia has 60% of the world's known organic certified productive land.
That's right.
That's a scary number.
We have more.
We should be dominating the thing.
We should. We have more organic land under production than any other country in the world.
Yeah.
So it's a big opportunity for Australia.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that because like the brooks and behind the back of Birdsville where it's so dry, not even the flies get out there?
All of the land under organic production obviously produces output, so it is spread. There's organic production across the whole country.
Yeah.
And yes, there are some very large organic beef properties in the middle of the country.
Yeah, that might distort the figures.
Is there a volume problem or a yield problem from crops and livestock if you do organic? Like there has to be a downside to you'd need a really big premium to make up for if you've got a smaller production volume at the end of your growing.
I'll pass to you as the expert, Josephine.
Certainly, when I think of organic management, I think of a proactive systems management to strategically reduce your inputs. Excuse me. And so when we talk about the different sectors and potentially how this affects yields, when we talk about beef, we do not allow growth hormones and or antibiotics to be used within this. And so compared to feedlot situations, you would have a slower growth rate. However, there's multiple markets that don't allow this, and I don't see this as a limitation to just organic. When we talk about grain and or horticulture, it all comes down to your soil health. And if you have a good system in line with managing your soil health and building it up to a good quality, we do see that the international literature suggests that whilst there may be an initial yield gap as you convert to organic, that decreases as you become a more established organic operator. So from an Australian context, I would suggest that, yes, there could be considered an initial yield gap, but as you adapt your system to this, and you also have to remember that for the producer, it's not just about the yield gap, it's around the bottom line. And because you're paying less for fertilisers and or other synthetic inputs, the most important thing is that it's potentially more beneficial for the operator, as it doesn't affect their bottom line to the same capacity. So I think that there are definitely further opportunities to do this, and all of that would be assisted with a dedicated organic RD&I program for the different sectors to address any initial shortcomings which we don't have compared to the EU, for instance, where 30% of the agricultural budget goes towards organic.
The EU has interestingly set a target to have 25% of all of their agricultural production organic by 2030. And to, as Josephine just mentioned, to facilitate that, they've committed 30% of their agricultural research budget to organic to help that happen. Yeah.
That's progressive.
It is.
Yeah. Righto, guys. Well, thank you very much for that. Thanks for coming today. And if you've been asked to provide additional information, please send it to the Secretary no later than Friday the 20th of December. Your peak body will be sent a copy of the transcript from Hansard as your evidence, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections in that if you feel so that it's needed. Thank you very much for appearing today. Good luck, and we look forward to seeing Organic's exciting next chapter.
Thank you for providing the opportunity.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have probably a couple of minutes early, but we'll take them now. Spirits and Cocktails Australia, and come and make yourself comfortable. There's a cast of thousands here.
Travel in the back.
That's it. Security in numbers.
Yes. Thank you. You can ask someone about gin and tonic.
You've got to ask a lot of questions. That's just you and I. So just while we're preparing, Steve Georgianis, our chair, sends his apology. He would have loved to have been here, but he's had to catch a flight, and so same as Senator Helen Polly from Tasmania, they were both at the mercy of airlines' schedules. But the true convicted friends of Spirits and Cocktails Australia are here, the coalitionists. I'll get proceedings underway so we can kick Hansard off, but I think a couple of minutes early won't worry us that much.
Is Hansard still off? Yeah, it's on.
It's on.
Oh, I better not ask you whether you prefer a gin and tonic or... Okay.
It's getting to that time of day.
That's right. Okay.
Right, so to declare open the public hearing today, the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth for the inquiry into the understanding and utilisation of benefits under the Free Trade Agreement in accordance with the Committee's resolution September 2022. This hearing is broadcast on the parliamentary website, and the proof of the official transcripts for the proceedings will be published on the parliamentary website. I remind all present that as the acting chair or the deputy chair, I'll ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly and respectful way and a courteous way. So now I'm going to extend an invitation to each of you to introduce yourself. And then for Hansard, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And I'll start with you, and we'll go there.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Committee, for the opportunity to appear at today's public hearing. My name is Greg Holland, the Chief Executive of Spirits and Cocktails Australia, which represents spirits manufacturers and distillers, from the global producers behind household names like Jack Daniels, Absolute and Johnny Walker, to emerging craft distillers represented by the Australian Distillers Association. The Australian spirits industry supports free and fair trade, and the Australian spirits industry can benefit the domestic economy through growth in exports. The history of spirits manufacturing and trade in Australia is as rich and storied as the award-winning whiskies produced across the country today. From early settlement, where rum was our first legal tender, and World War II, when American sailors brought bourbon to Australia, to the RTD, invented at the United Distillers Manufacturing Plant in Victoria in the 1960s, and the opportunity now before us to become a $1 billion export industry. Spirits manufacturing in Australia already accounts for $15.5 billion in added value to the Australian economy and supports almost 100,000 direct and indirect jobs through the industry's total supply chain. The industry comprises 700 distillers and manufacturers in every state and territory, with 50% of these organisations in regional areas. These businesses range in size from small craft distillers with 88% employing fewer than 20 employees to global spirits companies with significant local manufacturing operations. Global spirit companies and brands have built an affinity for spirits among consumers, inspiring exploration of new and distinctive Australian expressions of whisky, gin, vodka and rum. Consumer trends overwhelmingly favour spirits and cocktail drinking occasions, with premiumisation, the trend of drinking less volume but better quality products, spawning a growing market for high-quality spirits. In the last year alone, Australian distillers have been recognised for the quality and distinctiveness of our products in prestigious international award shows. For example, Four Pillars claimed its third title as International Gin Producer of the Year at the International Wine and Spirits Competition in London. Grain Shaker Vodka won World's Best Vodka Producer, and Starward, whose founder David is with us today, won the most awarded whisky distillery in the world at the coveted San Francisco World Spirits Competition for a second time. These award wins demonstrate that the world wants what we're producing, because the world is coming to know that nothing tastes like Australia. Nothing compares to the indigenous ingredients like green ants, turkey bush and Kakadu plum infused in Australian gins, nor the Australian Shiraz barrels used to age our whiskies. The natural advantages showcased in every spirits bottle gives us a competitive advantage. However, our sector lacks the investment and coordinated support from government to leverage these advantages and take our award-winning high-quality products to the world. We know that government intervention and support help put Australian wine on the map, and research from Mandela Partners show that Australian spirits can replicate the success of wine and become a $1 billion export industry by 2035. We have seen how other governments have got behind their spirits industries and promoted them to become major exporters. Investment in the Australian spirits industry is needed now to achieve the scale required to match our international competitors and realise the industry's $1 billion export potential. Australian spirits exports are currently ranked 29th in the world, behind other emerging spirits markets like Japan, who have increased exports sixfold with government support, shifting their global ranking from 37th to 13th in the space of a decade. Support from the federal government will help us to leverage our geographical advantage and see our industry become a regional manufacturing hub. There are two key factors that could enable this target to be achieved. First, creating the settings to attract greater investment, including foreign direct investment in the industry, by reforming Australia's outdated excise settings, which make Australia's spirits tax the third highest in the world. Next, creating a body like Spirits Australia to provide the coordinated support, trade promotion and facilitation to help the industry to thrive in export, just as Wine Australia did for Australian wine. With the right policy settings and investment, the Australian spirits industry can grow to become a major exporter, but also mature and develop as an industry to take advantage of the opportunities of free trade and other agreements. Thank you. I now invite my fellow panellists to introduce themselves, and I'll pass over to Dan.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chair and members. Dan Hamilton, the Managing Director of Diageo Australia. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you about how I believe we can use our free trade agreements to better support the Aussie spirits industry. At Diageo, we are very proud custodians of the 136-year-old and iconic Bundaberg rum brand, and our products have been a part of Australians' celebrations and drinking occasions since Johnny Walker first reached the shores in about 1862. I'm also here in my capacity as chair of the Spirits and Cocktails Peak Body. We represent a number of the leading international global spirits companies, as well as a number of our important domestic distillers as well. I've had the great pleasure of being part of the business for about 14 years. And I've had the chance to work across a number of different markets, including China, including Japan, Korea, Europe and the UK. And what I've seen over that time is firsthand how the right policy settings and how the right conditions can really turbocharge exports for spirits. And I'm really passionate to share some of those learnings and insights, because we see a really big ambition for Australian spirits. We have world-class distillers right here and an opportunity to create a real powerhouse export industry. So thank you for the time, and look forward to joining in the discussions.
Thank you, Dan.
I'll invite David to speak.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to appear today. I'm David Vitale, the founder of Starwood Distillery and also the Vice President of Australian Distillers Association. And I started Starwood in 2007 with a clear ambition to create a uniquely Australian whisky that we can offer the world with pride. Every week we turn around $9,000 worth of barley, Australian barley, which would have been exported to Scotland and Japan, into $900,000 of award-winning Australian whisky. It's a huge value creation opportunity there. As an industry, our unique ingredients, climate and innovation shine through in the products that we make. And having spent 5 years in the United States, particularly, building Starwood, I know we have a right to be excited as an industry to take these products to the world. The huge curiosity for the products that we make. Equally, as a category of one in that market, we can't do it alone. And we have untapped potential in the industry to grow substantially, but it requires significant and coordinated effort by government to support this value-added industry that's really peerless. As Greg mentioned, nothing really tastes like we do around the world. It's not just another gin. It's not just another whiskey. These are really distinctly whiskies, distinct products that we can take to the world. And I want to explore that with you today. And no better way to finish that distinctive flavour profile with introducing you to Sandra.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sandra North and I'm a member of the Australian Distillers Association, General Manager of Seppeltsfield Road Distillery and Secretary of Distillers South Australia. My 30 years experience in international trade spans through the Australian wine industry. I was Export Manager at Negotiants International, the export arm of Yalumba Wines. I was General Manager of Momentum Wine. I also spent 15 years as a Commercial Manager at a meat exporting company. I did start when I was very young, obviously. For the past 8 years, I was Export Manager and General Manager of 2 spirits brands inside Mighty Craft, most notably Seven Seasons Spirits, which is owned by an Indigenous family and works with Aboriginal harvesters on Larrakia country in the Northern Territory. Here I experienced firsthand the difficulties of exporting Australian spirit products that showcase Indigenous ingredients. For example, this bottle right here. So in 2018, we won a double gold medal in San Francisco for this product, which is a green ant gin, and it has ants in it that are hand harvested by the Larrakia communities up in the Northern Territory. We got a lot of attention, and how many bottles do you think that we have exported to the USA since 2018? Unfortunately, 0. And why is this? So up on Larrakia country, we use not only green ants, but multiple native bush foods from up there. In the restaurant trade, chefs are ordering perhaps 100 grams of green ants, but in distilling, we order hundreds of kilos of green ants every year. As with the other native bush foods that we use, we buy in bulk. So at our company, Seven Seasons, annually we're harvesting over 1 tonne of bush foods just from up in the Northern Territory. And there's many distilleries in Australia that are now using native bush foods in their spirits. So we're value adding to that product. So this retails for $100 a bottle and it has a long shelf life and it's highlighting native bush foods. Coming from an Indigenous company, I was very fortunate that I've been up on country and I've met these harvesters. They are so proud of what they do, so proud knowing that we're wanting to take this to the world and showcase their ingredients. So I've seen firsthand the economic and social benefits that they receive from this industry. It's certainly not my place to speak on behalf of First Nations peoples. I'm not trying to do that, but I'll just tell you what I know. Trying to get this through to the USA, they told me that these ants are an insect and a biosecurity risk. I tried explaining that they are they're drunk. They're sterilised in 40% alcohol. In the UK, I was asked to register this as a food item because they wouldn't recognise it as a beverage because of the ants. In China, I can't get a definitive answer from customs whether they're going to let this product in or not, as with some of the other native bush foods. David, I know, had a product with wattle seed in it and couldn't get it into the USA because they didn't understand what wattle seed was. He needed to change his recipe. So what did I do? I went to our local offices, Austrade, Department of Trade. We work out of South Australia. There was no spirits person inside there to give us any help or guidance. We couldn't really get any help either from other state offices. So to me, this is a non-tariff trade barrier for export.
In Australia, not over there.
In Australia.
Our own non-trade tariff barrier.
Correct.
To ourselves.
Yes, yeah. And because these ingredients, there's no HS code, there's no understanding of them, there's no specifications. So free trade agreements are vitally important. The 0% import duty is great, but we need a fit-for-purpose free trade agreement to help us with these non-trade tariff barriers that we come across. I understand that 17% of distilleries are exporting at the moment, but another 40% have indicated that they want to. So imagine the impact we can have to this industry if we get them going with your support. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. These hearings are a legal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Joining me today is the Honourable Dr. David Gillespie MP, who will start off with the first line of questioning for you guys.
Okay, so to export gin and whiskey and all the other things that are in the distillery rack, do you have to pay another excise besides what you have to pay if you're just selling it here in Australia? Or do you get a discount because you're selling it overseas?
No, we just don't pay the excise tax for any export spirits that are sent out.
Right. If you did that and then brought it back in, you'd get hit on the way back in, is that?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So export would really be good for the company because at the moment a lot of your potential profit goes off to the Australian Taxation Department. Have I got it right?
Yeah, I think the way that we sort of look at it is to have strong export markets, you also need to have a strong domestic business. And if you look at the experiences of Japanese whiskey, which Greg alluded to in his opening comments, where they've seen this huge growth as one of their key exports, not only from a financial perspective, but a cultural perspective, they had to start with having a really strong domestic distilling industry, and that came about through having the right regulatory and policy settings, including sort of coordination around Japanese whiskey standards and what it is. The bit that is a real handbrake for us to be able to invest, and that's both from a kind of a foreign company as well as domestic capital, is we have the third highest excise in the world domestically. So part of, as we're looking at the opportunity to leverage the free trade agreements, is also needing policy settings to allow us to build the businesses domestically, particularly when a lot of our products, a lot of the products that David produces, he distills them and he lays them down, often for 3 years, for 5 years, for 8 years. So it's an industry where you need to be able to invest and commit for the longer term.
And just adding on to that, I think that the challenge that we face in export markets is that because, say for example, in the United States, in their domestic market, we're exposed to that tax system, but rather than paying somewhere around about $28 a bottle of tax at home, we're paying about $1 worth of tax in the United States. They've got a $27 a bottle advantage in their home market to reinvest into export, right? And what we're starting to see is those craft distilleries in the United States, with the support of the Department of Agriculture in the US, starting to export into Australia through the free trade agreement. So we've got this huge kind of imbalance that exists because the ability to invest in export is hamstrung by the domestic settings. I know that's not part of the brief today, but trying to give you some context about how important that is for us.
We're always pushed for time. We've got 20 minutes, so I'm going to come to you and we're going to have a conversation. But while I do that, I'm just going to park two questions with each of you that I've taken from your opening comments. Firstly, Mr. Hamilton, in your comment, you mentioned that you have big ambitions. I want you to outline for me what those big ambitions are, so we can get that on the record. Mr. Vitale, you mentioned that you needed to see more of a coordinated approach or a coordinated effort. I want you to really granularly tell me what that is so I can cut and paste it and get it to the relevant people. And Mr. Holland, I want to understand from you the difference between the small operators and the big operators, and what's the ceiling? What's stopping those smaller operators taking that next step? And then I'm going to come back to you and we're going to talk all things ants. Can you just share?
Obviously the difference between the international distillers, and you might be surprised to know that about 80% of what the international distillers of manufacturers, what they sell in Australia is actually produced in Australia. So the raw spirit comes to Australia mostly. It's enhanced and added to, produced, canned, bottled, and all done by using Australian products. So there's a huge, the ready-to-drink market is huge in Australia. It was an Australian invention, by the United Distillers back in the 60s. And they're like Mr. Hamilton's got the Diageos, which is the Johnny Walkers, the Jack Daniels, etc. The Absolutes we talked about before, and then the smaller distilleries, and then we've got a range of them here from Sandra's distillery, which is a reasonable size, but David's is obviously a much bigger operation in Melbourne. And what what stunts the growth is the ability to the cost of goods, and of course then under the current tax regime, distillers don't pay excise until they reach a certain level, and then once they go over that level, they actually then pay excise. Now, excise at the moment is for a standard drink, for a spirit drink, it's $1.32 per drink. In the tax in a bottle of regular Bundy, it's about 50% of the total cost of the bottle, whereas the excise on a standard glass of wine is only 24 cents. So you've got 24 cents for a standard glass of wine tax, and then you've got $1.32 for a spirits tax. Of the $7 billion collected by the federal government in excise, spirits pay $5 billion, beer pays 2.6. and wine pays 1.1. So that's the disparity, and that's how and then what then happens as Mr. Hamilton outlined, is that because of the tax regime here in Australia, which basically itself is a non-trade barrier, because of the size of it, it prohibits international players investing in the Australian distillery operations for them to grow. Because if they have a look at the global market where they can actually invest, they say, why would we come to Australia with a tax regime where we've got to pay 50% of the actually outcome is going in tax? So that's the disparity you've got, and that's some of the barriers to growth.
So are you, as an industry, are you asking for that ceiling to be that volumetric ceiling to be lifted?
That could be one of the options, but what our request at the moment to government is to freeze the excise as it is at the moment, because it goes up every 6 months according to CPI. So we're asking to freeze it, and let's look at how you actually can adjust the whole settings. Our ask has been for many years, and it was a recommendation from the Henry Tax Review, was to have a volumetric tax, that alcohol is alcohol, and it all should be taxed at the same rate.
So per gram of alcohol?
Per litre of pure alcohol, yeah.
Okay.
Speaking from personal, just to add to what Greg said, every 1% increase in excise, which is indexed twice a year and hasn't been 1% for quite some time, costs us about $100,000. Right? That's a decent paying job for one of our employees. And, I think we're barrelling down another 2%. More likely in February, $200,000 we've got to find. $200,000 we're not spending exporting, like investing in our export markets. So that frees, notwithstanding that alcohol is alcohol, we're sensitive to the fact that there's a bigger tax piece that needs to be dealt with, but that freeze would be very material to to businesses at our stage in terms of the employment opportunities that it provides and the ability to reinvest in the business. Just adding on to the kind of scaling up challenge. At the moment, we have a threshold under which we don't pay. It's around about 12,000 bottles, indexed as well. So next index, that'll come down to 11,000, to a point at which the idea of a craft distillery just becomes economically unviable. But we're signalling to a lot of distillers at the moment that you can make a fair living with 12,000 bottles staying under the excise cap. So there's a signal to the market to scale up. Yeah. So having the ability to transition from a small producer into a larger producer then opens the opportunity for us to leverage the riches of free trade. But at the moment, a lot of distilleries are just choosing not to peek their head up above the parapet because the incremental dollar that they're earning is substantially, compromised by the domestic tax system.
Well, know that you've well and truly got on the Hansard record now that it's embedded there and it can never be erased.
Ambition?
The ambitions.
Yeah. So we've got 700 distilleries across Australia within the industry. We've been working with the Mandala Group to really try to understand what the opportunity is from an export perspective. And Mandala's modelling tells us by 2035 we could have a $1 billion export industry in Aussie spirits. So we think that is very meaningful.
Who's Mandala?
They're a group of consultancies that do economic modelling and help to analyse and inform us around the potential for the industry. That is very much grounded in data and the analysis that they've done, but it also builds on the success of Aussie wine. So Aussie wine is about a $2.5 billion export business. We've seen how Aussie wine has really created a very significant position on the world stage. We see the opportunity for spirits to absolutely follow in those footsteps with the right support. From that's kind of an industry perspective. Let me talk a little bit about Diageo. We are a multinational company. We're based out of London. We invest across the spirits industry in a very significant way. Just last week we announced the opening of our newest distillery in China, which we invested $100 million. So we look for opportunities to build and buy spirits brands with very much a global ambition and a global context. We are very interested in Australia. We think Australia's got amazing distillers that are coming up, like the team at Starwood, and we think it's got the right credentials, quality. People look to Australia for amazing quality produce and amazing brands. So for us to have an ambition in Australia, I'm talking to my Global Investment Committee and saying they're looking at that against other opportunities investing across markets. At the moment, through our ventures arm, we've actually got a stake in David's Distillery. No. If we want to be able to invest further in that, what we need to be able to prove is that that investment's going to give us the right sort of return. And again, we've touched on the reason why there is real barriers to doing that, particularly when we're competing against global markets for global capital. So the ambition from a Diageo perspective would really be contingent on seeing the right policy conditions put in place.
You mentioned earlier on that you won the best scotch in the world. It's not a bad horse to be on, is it, from an investment? What was the market drinking yesterday before they started drinking gin, this newfound or recent phenomena of gin? What were they drinking? Was it a beer or a spirit, or what have they shifted from?
I can certainly talk to the broader trends. Do you want me to?
I think you should, yes.
Yeah, sure. So, and it's pretty consistent across markets globally, both developed markets and developing markets, where you've seen consumers really what we describe as drinking, focus on drinking better, not drinking more. And part of that premiumisation has been coming into the world of spirits, particularly the world of craft spirits. So we've seen categories like Scotch whisky perform very well. We've seen Japanese whisky, bourbon whisky from America, tequila coming out of Mexico, and gin from a number of markets, of which Australia has got some incredibly high quality gins. Broadly, beer is in decline across most developed markets. So we're seeing, particularly younger adult consumers coming into the world of cocktails, coming into the world of mixed drinks. And we're also seeing wine under pressure in a lot of markets as well. So broadly, the demand is coming from a shift in drinking behaviours, and it's a shift into more crafted products that have got more experience to it, they've got more credentials, and a lot of the things that we see in the sort of products that these guys represent.
David?
Yeah, that's good. A couple of questions. When you started your forward intro, you said overseas people bring the pure alcohol in and they make some of their overseas brands here,
So we produce 80% of the product that we sell in Australia as Diageo, we produce locally. So that's
overseas brands.
With overseas brands. So I'll use an example, something like Smirnoff, the world's #1 vodka. We produce our Smirnoff vodka in Western Sydney in our facility in Huntingwood. It's obviously done to a global proprietary recipe to the highest standards. We do a similar thing with Gordon's Gin. And then we've got the iconic Bundy distillery up there in Queensland. So we are a company that's invested very heavily over about 40 years now in local manufacturing and local production. With the right policy settings, we would continue to look at how we could expand that and potentially use it for more regional sourcing as well.
Right, okay. The other thing is with the twice a year excise creep, with inflation being refractorily high, you must be getting pretty close to there's no profit left in selling a bottle of gin or whiskey or anything in this country. Am I right? Because some of my micro boutique distillers, they tell me it's not very elastic, the price. Is that across the board?
Certainly, yes. I mean, at the end of the day, we're working with malted barley, water, energy, people, and barrels. These are all kind of commodities, right? The difference between a large-scale distiller and a small-scale distiller is the ability to invest in ramping up production and creating the inputs, like the economic scale of doing that. So the smaller the smaller scale that you're at, the more difficult it is to have optimized cost structures. That's the first point. But the second is you're exactly right. Those dollars we were talking about beforehand are because price is inelastic, and given the cost of living pressures that we've got at the moment, there's zero possibility of us passing those costs on to our consumer if we still want to be viable as a producer.
Right. And how many people work in the industry? We've got 700 distillers. How many people are employed in that?
Well, right across the industry, through the total supply chain, there's about 100,000 people involved directly and indirectly through the supply chain. And as we said before, 80 of the Australian domestic distilleries, 88% of those employ less than 20 people. So they're mums and dads' operation. They're small, but their ambition is to grow. But they've got this, as David and Sandra have explained, you've got these barriers basically.
When does that kick in, where you have to start paying, or you don't get the rebate?
It's about 12,000 bottles.
12,000 bottles. Okay.
Yeah. I'd love to get on the record the conversation around what does the focused, coordinated, and significant investment in the industry look like. I think, if that's okay.
Yeah. No, if you were Prime Minister or Jim Chalmers for the day, what would you think would be a fair?
And what's the value of it?
Look, I think that
Google it now.
I think that if we look at wine as an example, I can provide evidence of this. But 4 of the top most valuable wine companies in the world are Australian. 4 of the top most valuable wine companies in the world are Australian wine companies. If I'd asked you whether that was possible 40 years ago, I think we would have found that
Are they volume or premium products?
Penfolds, Lindemans, Jacobs Creek, and Yellowtail.
Yeah.
Right.
Does anyone? We're trying to find out. Do we know what the volume, the value of the tariffs quarterly are? If there was to be a freeze, what's the cost?
Well, at the moment, it's $103.89 per litre of alcohol.
Yeah, I want the big number.
Tax.
I can take it on notice.
Yeah, we'll take it on notice.
Yeah,
Take it
yeah.
on notice, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the number any government making a decision would want to have in front of them.
Yep.
Beyond the excise, because I know that's always a hot topic button, one of the things that I think we could look at very quickly and start to look at as an enabler for the industry is a body like Wine Australia, but the spirits version of that. You know, some of the complications we have with the free trade agreements that we've got in place are actually the barriers like compliance, the barriers of like food standards and things of that nature. They talk to the ability to advocate for the industry at a coordinated level. So if you think about Wine Australia, when you go to a Pro Wine, which is the biggest wine show in the world, Wine Australia has a pavilion, and it's culturally relevant. You feel like you've walked into like Australia when you get there. And the spirits industry, which is basically me and two of my mates from making whiskey or gin or rum, have a trestle table that we've had to fund ourselves and put some, dress up ourselves. So a Spirits Australia could then all of a sudden get the same sort of impetus behind the industry to bring to life this idea that nothing tastes like Australia through these native botanicals and the barrels that we're using. So Spirits Australia is a linchpin because it not only provides one conversation with government in terms of what we need, it can be coordinated, and we see the opportunity that with a fraction of what the freeze would kind of cost, we could fund a body like that that could support.
Government funded, or is it an industry cooperative body?
It's a combination of both. It's an industry levy, and then there's government funding as well. The government funded through research projects and those sort of things as well. So,
but certainly early on in that 40-year ambition, now that we've got top 4, 4 out of the top 10 brands that are most valuable. Early on, that would have been stimulated by government seeing the connection between primary production, the ability for us to have something distinctive to take to the world, and then sort of investing ahead of that curve. And all we're asking, I guess, is that we have the same opportunity, because, frankly, free trade agreements are great. But in terms of my decision matrix, it's probably bullet point number 10. Exactly. They're great to have, right? And, when I reflect on which markets we do the best in, guess what? The ones where we do have a free trade agreement in place.
On the issue around the best whiskey in the world, I mean, I got given a bottle of whiskey from the Taiwanese,
Kavalan,
and they said, "Oh, this is the best one in the world."
We won the same award, but that took
so everyone seems to have this label, the best in the world. Then there was one in Tasmania.
It's an annual award,
yeah,
right? And we've won it twice. Not to brag about we've won it twice in 3 years.
You deserve to.
And we're the youngest distillery in the history of that competition to win that award. So, we have every opportunity as an industry, not just Starwood. I'd take the keys to most Australian whisky distilleries, even those ones in Tasmania, if they had as many barrels as we had in Bond, because we're making amazing products. The world needs to know about it.
Where are you?
I'm based in Port Melbourne.
Melbourne, yeah.
Do you mind if I just add to what David was saying about Spirits Australia? I've had a bit of experience in the wine industry and the meat industry.
Yeah,
and
meat.
Yeah. And so coming from that background, there's the MyCore system that's run by DAF, and there's the MLA, the Meat and Livestock Association. And what they do for the meat industry, it just supports and enables trade so easily. You can go in there and find, I want to send this cut of meat, and there'll be a specification on it, to this country, click in the portal, and you get everything you need. Yep. And in the wine industry, as we know, Wine Australia are great for that too. They have country requirements for everywhere. There's just nothing in spirits to support us. So to get, I come from a small to medium-sized distillery. Again, we have no slush fund to navigate through these problems ourselves. One first export order, if we get it wrong, that could cripple our business. So we need support, regulation, and the industry will grow. I mean, we have amazing products, regional products. We use a lot of citrus in gin. So think of oranges and lemons and and finger limes, the add-on to all those industries. If we can take them to the world and scale up with confidence.
I just want to. I heard you say you want regulation.
Yeah.
Look,
not over-regulated, but
appropriate. I think one of the things as an industry, and I'll use Scotch whisky as an example. So Scotch whisky has got an incredibly strong position across all corners of the world, and part of it comes down to the quality credentials that people know when you're buying a bottle of Scotch, and that comes because the industries come together and set some sensible guardrails about the definition of what Scotch is, creating that sort of geographic indication so that if you're a consumer sitting in any part and enjoying a Scotch going into the best bars in the world. So it's not about over-regulation, it's not about putting the shackles down, but it's just creating a set of conditions that if someone's buying a bottle of Aussie spirits, if you're in the best bar in New York or the best bar in London, you know you're buying a high-quality product.
I can give you another lived example live right now. There's a Victorian distillery that made an Australian bourbon. Now, just like cognac, bourbon's an American-originated product that has its own appellation. Within a week, there was a cease and desist letter from the Spirits and Cocktails counterpart in the United States, threatening legal action, pulling the product off the shelf, and the shelf was pulled off the product.
Because you called it bourbon?
Because they called it bourbon, yes.
Yeah.
There was also a product on the shelf called Australian whiskey, but it didn't comply with the Australian whiskey standards, and guess what? It's still on the shelf because we don't have a Spirits Australia body to coordinate the efforts to say, no, that's not Australian whiskey, get it off. And so who's sending the cease and desist letter? Me? I can't afford that.
So you want standards more than regulation.
So the
definitions of
MLA,
what is-
to use your example, every producer pays a $5 MLA. Are you coming to give evidence to say that you want a tariff put on each of you so you could self-fund it in the similar way that the MLA is?
With the greatest of respect, I just explained that a next excise increase will cost me $100,000. So and I'm not
freeze that and then redirect it.
Redirect the funds towards setting up this industry. Now, if we are 4 of the top 10 most valuable spirits brands in 40 years' time, let's have a conversation about a levy. But we're not there yet.
No.
And I think that, just to reinforce the point, when you've got the third highest excise in the world, when today it's actually 63% of the price of a bottle of Bundy goes to excise, that there is no space for additional industry-funded levies on top of that.
When's enough? Yep. Yeah. Conscious of the time.
Yes.
Dr. Gillespie, anything else? Do you want a cold drink?
I've just done that. Maybe ice cubes, bubbles. That's great.
We're going to wind this up, guys, just that we've just ran a couple of minutes over time. Is there any closing statements that probably individually or collectively you would like to offer? Thank you for your summary. Thank you for congratulations on yours. Good luck with your ant problem. I hope you sell many cartons and shipping containers full of that product. Thank you so much for your evidence. Leave this today in no doubt that you have categorically put your issues on the table. They are recorded in Hansard. This is an extension of the Parliament.
Have you submitted that visual thing as part of your submission?
I'm happy to table it.
Would you like to table that?
That gives you, just to explain, that gives you what the tax on a standard drink, as I was explaining before.
Yeah.
It also gives you an example of the tax that's paid across the world. As I said, $103 in Australia for a litre of alcohol, and in the United States it's $14.
Yeah, vast difference.
And I'm happy to table that.
So we will receive that. Take that, David, and then we'll give that to the Secretariat. That will be brought in as an extension of your submission. So if you go back into the system looking for it, that's where you'll find it. Thank you for coming in today. You've been asked to provide additional information. please send it to the Secretariat by the 20th. Now, we did ask for some additional stuff, and I think that that shouldn't be too difficult for you to get by this time frame. You'll be sent a transcript of the evidence from Hansard through the Secretariat, and you'll have the opportunity to request any corrections that you think or you'd like to make. Finally, I'd just like to thank the members of this committee for the time and the Secretariat for what they've done, and your very generous time. Know that you've made a contribution to your industry this afternoon. Well done.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Thanks.
That would be most appropriate. We spent some time in Paris